William Safir, your host out of Atlanta, Georgia. And we want to welcome everyone to tonight's University Online Learning course. We're definitely looking forward to hearing from uh, our international instructor, Benjamin Bilal, who will be with us shortly. There'll be no introductions as such this evening, although if you be prepared at the end of the class and have your cameras ready, we'd love to see your beautiful, bright, shining face. And there'll be instructions at the end. If there are any questions that you might have, feel free to put those in the chat. Yes, that's the direction we're moving in right now. So if you have a question, please put it in the chat. And inshallah, we'll be able to get to those at the end of the class this evening. So sit back and enjoy. Of course, we want to always welcome Source Creator into our conversation. And our international instructor will be with us very, very shortly. Hope that you are closing out 2023 as strong as my family has. It's been a very trying but eventful and very rewarding year, and we're looking forward to the challenges that we anticipate in 2024. But with a hopeful kind of expectation of good things coming out of all the confusion and chaos that's happening around the world. We're still positioning ourselves, poising ourselves, positioning ourselves for the good that's to come along with the difficulty, as Allah tells us in Quran. Innama usri yusra, with the difficulty comes ease. And I will pass the talking stick on to my brother. I look like he's ready to go with it.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much once again. You do such a wonderful job at hosting that it's going to be hard to have anybody else do it in your place. So whatever else you take on, you're going to still have to be the host. We love you.
That's right.
So thank you to all listeners. As I begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and that is with Allah's signature, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. And we invite Allah into our conversation today and every day for purposes of quality control. We ask that we not say anything or engage in any kind of conflict or argumentation or anything that takes us away from the central focus. And the central focus is unity for us. The central focus is doing that which we believe pleases our source creator, called Allah in the Quran. We have a lot to go over today. We hope to conclude this subject of the two readings revisited. And we're dealing with the surah that has been named Iqra and translated into English as read. So let me pull up my notes and get this linguistic party started. Give me just one moment. We will be taking a short break in about 1 hour because William has some other news that you can use that you need to know about. And I want to have as many people focused on what he needs to tell you as possible. So we're going to take maybe a 5-minute, maybe 10-minute break at that time, and he can deliver whatever information he has for you. Trust me when I tell you that it's going to be good and it's going to contribute towards our overall growth and development. So as usual, I greet all of you in the greetings of peace and completeness, the greeting that obligates all of us to keep the peace and to keep the effort towards wholeness in view. That's the true meaning for salam. It means peace, yes, but it means peace as the ultimate answer to the struggle in the human intellect to become whole. That's the peace that we're looking for, called the salam. So it's not just withholding anger. It's not just withholding your fist from somebody's jaw. That's not the peace that the Quran is speaking to. It's speaking to a peace that is first and foremost registering in the cosmos itself. When Allah said to the cosmos, come ye together willingly or unwillingly. And the universe spoke back according to the Quran and said, we come on our own steam. We come on our own effort. We come willingly. Isn't that a wonderful thing? The so-called inanimate world of objects spoke back to Allah, so to speak, and said, we come willingly. And it was the willingness of the universe to come together and complete itself after having been in chaos. The universe became at peace. So that peace was as a result of an ultimatum. It was as a result of an order or a command coming from the source creator himself. So it's not, as I mentioned, just being peaceful in the sense of war and peace and not declaring war. That's not the kind of peace that Salam is referring to. It's referring to the peace that comes when you put all of the pieces in their proper places, just like a puzzle. You are not at peace if you have a 100-piece puzzle and you've got 99 of the pieces together, but that last 100th piece got away from you. Is it under the couch? Did your child take it and bring it to his room? And where's my last? You will not be at PEACE until you find that PIECE. See? So it's not just being peaceful as being a piece of something. It's being peaceful as in doing everything necessary to bring the entire picture to view. That's what is the cause. That becomes the cause for peace. And that's the kind of peace that Muslims should be recognizing and employing. So we're going to pick up where we left off. Today is Sunday, December 31st, 2023. Of course, as William mentioned, this is the last day of the Gregorian, calendar, the Western calendar. This is December 31st. We're about to go into January of a brand new year called 19. You hear me? Called 2024. Bear with me. I was a little under the weather yesterday and was going through some challenges and some changes, and good old wife came through. So I'm just getting my equilibrium back. So bear with me today. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be good information regardless. All right. So we were talking about the word Iqra and the consonants that comprise that word, which are Qaf, Ra, Alif. Qaf, Ra, Aleph. So we're going to pick up from there, and it's going to be a whole lot of info that you're going to really, really appreciate. Let's begin with the Arabic letter Qaf, transliterated as QAF. And as a part of your body, it represents the back of the head, the cerebellum, if you will. And it also represents the back of the head that supports the subconscious mind. That would also be the limbic brain. So it's a combination actually of the limbic brain and the not the neocortex, pardon me, the cerebellum brain. All right. And in psychology, they would call it the subconscious mind. And it is also known as the preconscious mind in Freudian psychology. Qaf also represents the feet as tools for measuring. You remember when the old gunslingers of the West used to say, turn around and count to 10 and then fire? Yeah, that kind of measuring. The feet have always been used as the original tool for measuring distances. The feet, that's what they're known for. And it is also the area of the brain called, as I mentioned, the cerebellum, as it interacts with the limbic brain's emotional responses. So those parts of the brain, and you should look these two parts of the brain up on your own and take notes. These parts of the brain are actually acting in conjunction with each other. They're two separate and distinct parts of the brain. However, Allah has designed them to be supportive of each other's functionality. The cerebellum is responsible for fluid movement of the body. Your ability to stand on your feet and walk forward is indicative of the cerebellum's fluidity. That when you're able to dance and all of these things that we do, you know, the cha-cha-cha, and all of that is as a result of the ability in the cerebellum to bring your body its equilibrium. And equilibrium is always mentioned as a liquid kind of movement, a fluid kind of movement, because all fluids, particularly water, seeks its own balance. It seeks its own equilibrium. It'll roll, it'll rush, it'll crash against the shore and the rocks and all of that. But the ultimate objective of water is to find its equilibrium, to flatline, if you will, just to be still. And that becomes its peace. See, after it went through all of the other, whatever it needed to go through, coming down the mountain as a waterfall or whatever happens, the ultimate objective is not the wave. Now, I want you to think about your emotional life, which water is a symbol of also. The ultimate objective of your emotional life is not to stay in constant states of wave activity, something always disturbing your peace. That's not the ultimate objective of the peace that Allah created for the human being to enjoy. The peace that Allah created for us as human beings to enjoy is the peace that comes after we deal with the challenge of the waves. We have to deal with the challenges of the push and pull, if you will, of life. They call it the vicissitudes of life. So we have to actively engage the vicissitudes of life in order to be able to figure out what the next move is to bring us closer and closer to peace. You see? That's what it's all about. And it's dealing with your emotionality in this case, and your morality, which is also symbolized by water. Your moral brain, your moral mind, the ability to make decisions in the mind that are for your betterment or the betterment of other people who you are seeking to assist. That ability is also seen as waves. Moral thinking creates waves in your emotionality. Should I do this? Shouldn't I do that? Is this going to create problems for me and my family if I agree to do this thing here or smoke that there or drink the other thing over here? Is it going to create problems for my individual life? Am I going to become a drunkard? Am I going to become a dopehead? Am I going to become, promiscuous? Because my mind is always on Sally at the job. I got to stop using the name Sally. We have a Sally in the class. Surprised she hasn't complained to me yet. But I have these generic names, Pookie, Sally, those kinds of things. But you guys will suggest, I guess, maybe at the end of today, you suggest to me some maybe two or three other names of people who are not in the class by that name, and I'll be happy to use those. I don't want anybody feeling offended or funny about their name or their version of their name popping up during this class. All right. All right. So the cerebellum is responsible, as I said, for fluid movement of the body, particularly the balancing of the feet, which allows us to stand, walk, and run. Now, as a Quranic word, the major word that's given in the Quran for being able to stand and balance yourself is the word qiyam. All of us should be familiar with this if we're Muslims. The word qiyam, it begins with this same letter, qaf. So wherever you're going to see that word, or pardon me, yeah, it's a word, but that letter, qaf, wherever you're going to see that in the Quran, especially as it begins a word, like qiyam and qawm means people, my people, qawmi, my people. So what is that saying about people? Is it just saying that you're a race or an ethnic group or something like that? No, it goes way beyond that. Allah's words go way beyond what the scholarship of this world has offered as meanings for things. And because this letter Qaf is representative of that balance, the people who are named through that letter, by that letter, at the front of that word, as Qawm, they also are indicative of a people who have achieved a sense of balance, a sense of equilibrium. And you have to, in order to live together as a tribe or live together as a so-called race. I like to say that this represents a particular ethnicity. Represents your ethnicity. It's the people that you have the most in common with. So it doesn't mean ethnically Black or ethnically Irish or ethnically Latino. It means that if you're in an area where you grew up around a certain community of people, no matter what those people happen to be ethnically, if you share their habits, if you share their customs, if you share their lingo, and you're familiar with that lingo, if these are people that you would actually come to the rescue of, these people are a part of what is called in the Quran, Qawm. So when you read Qawmul Lut, Qawmul Musa, these people, they had communities of people who they identified with culturally, economically, politically, etc. So as Americans, we can say that America and the people of America have enough things in common that we can consider ourselves to also be Qawm. But more directly, it would be the people who are in your locality, your vicinity. You know, if you live, you know, in Chicago, Chicago has its own unique um, personality, let's call it. You know, even apart from the people of Harlem, although if you look at them side by side, they look exactly like the same people. But if you start talking to a Chicagoan and then go talk to an Atlantean and then go talk to, you know, a Harlemite, you're going to get maybe 3 different personalities if you talk to them long enough. So that's Qawm. It's the people who directly are affected by similar habits, socialization, etc. So I hope I've said enough about that. So there's a theory relative to the unconscious mind. We've gone over this, but I just want to refresh those of you who heard it before and introduce it to those of you who are new. And we have quite a few people who are joining us who are new, and we thank Allah for them. They're wonderful people. If you've been watching those one-on-ones that I've been doing, you know how wonderful these new people coming in actually are. So you have the conscious mind, all mental processes of which we are aware is considered to be the conscious mind. You have the pre-conscious mind. All mental processes that an individual is not aware of. That's in the pre-conscious mind, also called the subconscious mind. And then you have the unconscious mind, where all mental processes that are inaccessible to the conscious mind reside, the unconscious mind. That's where your instinctive drives and all of those other things, split-second decisions, fight or flight, reflexes, those kinds of things that you don't have to necessarily depend on the conscious mind in order to utilize. Then it says, plus a link to a universal repository of all data, information, and knowledge from the past, present, and future. Now, this is an important statement that's being made here that probably goes above the heads of most people who read this. A link to a universal repository. So this is not ethnic. What's going on in the unconscious mind has nothing to do with your so-called race or gender. This is absolutely, positively, and profoundly universal, meaning it's cosmic. This is really what they're trying to tell you, that it's a cosmic phenomenon taking place in this so-called unconscious mind. And I've told you before that it's the unconscious mind, the mind that is being controlled by a force other than you, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. directly affecting what happens in the unconscious mind. But the unconscious mind has a link to a repository, a universal repository of wisdom, information. In the Quran, one of the names for this repository is Al-Kitab, that they simply translate as the book. ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. That is the book. In it is no doubt. Think about that. لا ريب فيه. There's no doubt in it. Huda, guidance. لِلْمُتَّقِينَ, for the possessors of taqwa. It's not guidance for everybody. That repository I'm talking about. Now, I know it's been translated different ways. It's been translated as a physical book that came to a physical prophet. I got that. But the Quran is speaking to multiple levels of understanding. And I'm sharing with you what my understanding of this is, along with those other levels of understanding, which I'm not discounting. I'm just trying to add layers to what Allah has given to us as revelation. Speaking of fluid, the letter Qaf, as well as the English letter Q, signify water. Even in the glyph of the English letter Q, this circle with the spout, pouring out something that has to be liquid. If you look at the picture to the left, you can see water being poured out of the spout of the side of this mountain. There's a round hole here. Think about also the maiden back in the days who were responsible for watering the field and watering the sheep and the cows and the other animals. The maiden would come with her barrel and she would tip that barrel over so that the water could pour out into the trough or whatever else it was that the animals were drinking from. How beautiful is this? So this is where the human mind was able to capture the image of letters and develop letters as glyphs in an alphabet. And that's how Q got its meaning. So many of the words in English that begin with Q have to do with water or liquid content, such as quart. Think about that. You'll find others on your own. Now, it is my belief that information pours down into the cerebellum. This is the cerebellum down here where my arrow is, my cursor. All right. Information actually comes into the mind and it pours down into the cerebellum from the upper situated emotion and memory oriented limbic brain. So this is the limbic brain that's being discussed. This is the cerebrum that controls your rational and moral thinking, ideas, right? This is the brain that's mostly in control. It occupies most of this brain stuff. The cerebrum, the cerebrum. However, beneath it, you have the cerebellum, and information comes into the intellect through the cerebrum. It comes in through the thinking brain. Whenever you see something, smell something, hear something, taste something, touch something, that information registers through the cerebrum, but then it immediately makes its way down towards the central nervous system, which is where the cerebellum is situated, right in the hind brain that is connected to this spinal cord, which is connected to your CNS or central nervous system. So it's a downward pour, just like water, isn't it? It begins in the cerebrum, and that information then takes a downward trajectory towards your nervous system, meaning your emotions. That's really what your nervous system is. It's where your emotions or your feelings, in this case, it's where your feelings reside. So all of this information is coming in through your five senses simultaneously. All of that information has to first have an impact on your feelings. You hear a loud gunshot, your feelings get involved. You hear shouting and cussing and fussing coming from the parents' bedroom. Yeah, your feelings, and then you start to make moral judgments. What's going on? You know, is my mother being beat on? You know, you make these moral judgments. based on the impact that information is having on your central nervous system. Somebody tells you that they just won lotto for $5 million and it's a friend of yours. Let's see if he's going to stay a friend for long. Me, myself personally, I don't want anything to do with any gambling money. I know the curse that comes with that. So we don't mess with that if we're in our right minds. We don't depend on luck. There's other ways to do it that are more effective and that are more actually guaranteed. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're working on this plan. We're going to introduce a lot of this in 2024. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with money and material success. That's a part of this life. وابتغي فيما آتاك الله الدار الآخرة ولا تنسى نصيبك من الدنيا. Seek with all that Allah has made available your home in the hereafter. You're supposed to be seeking what pleases Allah so that you'll make it into that portal that is called the Dar al-Akhirah, the home of the life to come. See? But then Allah says, wa and la tansa, do not forget or also do not neglect nasibaka, your individual share, not your collective share, not your what do they call it for reparations. That's not what this is talking about. This is talking about you, the individual who has access to the dunya, the material world. Nasibaka min dunya, huh? Your share coming from the dunya. You have to cultivate that share. It doesn't just fall out of the sky. It's not something that Allah is responsible for getting you. For getting for you. It's not that kind of thing. That's happenstance. That can come and go as it usually does. That wealth that people come into for lotto, they say it doesn't normally last a whole year before the person is back in the poorhouse again. So that's not the way. There has to be a way that actually encourages appreciation for whatever you're able to secure in this world. And there's a different word for that in the Quran. It's called al-falah. You've heard it in the adhan. Hayya ala al-falah. There are other words for money that you inherit. There are other words for money that is given to you. There's other words for wealth that you found, supposedly, like Columbus and those guys, they found or discovered America. Wink, wink, right? So there's other words in the Quran for that, but the word for what you are able to actually garner and secure as wealth and wealth building, which William is going to be speaking to, that's why I'm bringing this up. That word is al-falah, and al-falah gives us the word mufli. And this word mufli and the word al-falah is speaking to a particular level of success. Success. Think about that. The word success, of course, is related to the word succeed. Now listen to that. Succeed. You got to listen to words carefully, like Instructor Bilal instructs you to do. Suck. S-U-C-K. Seed. S-E-E-D. And then ask yourself the question, as I did, what in this creation sucks seeds? One answer, soil. Soil. Soil sucks seed. See how they hid these meanings in the English language, but Instructor Bilal has been gifted by Allah to be able to comb through this information and bring you the real deal on where these words actually come from. Now, let me prove it a little bit further. The farmer is the most known occupation for planting seeds and reaping the benefits, planting seeds. And in order to do that, he has to condition the soil to be able to accept the seed, meaning to suck in the seed. It's usually the water that's deposited that allows the soil to begin really, really maturing that seed and eventually allowing that seed to open up and express its potential. So, succeed. That's why it's connected to the farmer. And the word mufli means farmer, but not just any farmer. If a farmer plants seeds and gets no crop, he's not muflih because he hasn't been successful. See? When Allah uses that word muflihun in the Quran, he's speaking to the successful planters and reapers, so to speak. Follow this carefully. So the successful reapers of the benefits of this fitrah are those who pay careful attention to the process through which plants grow. And Allah says in the Quran, as a paraphrase, that he has created the human being to grow along the same kind of pattern as plants grow. So if the human being grows like plants grow, then you should be asking yourself the question, what constitutes the seeds that are necessary for human growth? The seed, as we know, represents the ideation, the idea that's clocked into the seed by the source creator. You don't want to know what Freud said about it. You don't even want to know what Instructor Bilal necessarily said about it. Not if you're the kind of person who is astute enough to investigate nature for yourself. You go and look up the information pertaining to what is a seed, what's in a seed, what is the potential of a seed, because it's not going to end up where it starts out. It's not going to end up as a small pea-shaped or, eye-shaped object. It's going to end up as an apple tree, an orange tree, a watermelon grove. That's what that seed, that one seed, although the watermelon will give you back many, many times what you put into the earth, all it needed was one seed to make an apple tree, which now contains thousands of seeds, if you look at an apple orchard, right? So this is speaking to the grand potential that Allah has clocked into human nature. And he's clocked that potential into our nature based on the quality of your ideas. See, the seed is a symbol of ideas. The seed contains what they call ideation, IDEATION. That's where they get the word idea. Because everything that you see in creation, including yourself, began as an idea. See? You might say that ultimately, Allah began this whole creation with an idea. I'm going to create a world, multiple worlds, el-alamin, planetary bodies. I'm going to create so many things. It's going to be wonderful. And I'm going to put a creature in the earth that who can appreciate it. See, so don't think that humans are just a bunch of people on their way to hell because they don't know how to act and they won't act right. No, that's an idea from another religion that says humans are born in sin. They can't help it. No, this religion says human beings are born pure and their ultimate destiny is fi ahsani taqweem, that they were created in the most excellent organizational design. Allah is saying, I know what I'm doing. He says, I know what you don't know. That's what he says to the angels who question him. That's what he says to Iblis, who's on the side listening to what Allah is telling the angels. And they asked Allah, are you going to make one who's going to create mischief and shed the blood? And Allah said, I know what you don't know. And then he says behind that, that nevertheless, when I have breathed into him of my ruh, of my spiritual essence, then I want all of you who are listening to me to make sajda in his direction, not in my direction. I thought sajda was preserved and reserved for Allah. Obviously, it's not according to this particular ayah. Sajda is something that he's asking angels to make to humans. So angels are here to serve our interests. That's the other thing that we have to make a correction on based on the misguidance that was given to us in previous religions concerning so-called angels. Angels are not your superior. Angels are created a little below you, according to the Quran. Allah says he created the human being a bit above the angels because the angels are here to service the human needs, but not as servants of humans, as those who have been commanded by their source creator to give up their utility to humans. The word is sakhara, Sakhara, sakhara. That's not abd, that's not slave, that's not ibad, that's not servants. That is giving up of your utility because a commander over you commanded you to do so, not because humans commanded you to do so. So in the Bible, it says that the angels are created a bit beneath the man, but the Quran comes with the update. The Quran comes with the upgrade and tells us, no, the human actually was created a bit above the angels. Now, why are two books saying two different things? Because time is marching on and Allah is in that time and space, creating the possibility for advancement of the human soul. The Quran is speaking to the human essence. It's not speaking to the human flesh and blood. It's speaking to the human essence called the nafs, which was created prior to these biological forms that we see as ourselves when we look in the mirror. Yeah, the Quran is speaking to your nafs. They translate that as soul, although that's not an adequate description of what the word nafs means, but nevertheless, the Quran is speaking to your ruh. Actually, it's not even your ruh, it's Allah's ruh that he's lent you for a moment. He lent it to you for a amount of time. Yeah, the ruh becomes undisturbed by your behavior, but the nafs becomes very disturbed about misbehavior of humans because it can lean towards the goodness in human nature or can lean towards the proclivity for bad things or evil deeds and that kind of thing. Allah says that about the nafs in the surah called Ash-Shams, the sun, where he compares the human soul to the sun, pardon me. He compares the human soul to the sun. And he says, as of the nafs and its rights, or its wrongs and its rights. Yeah. So the soul has that capacity. The ruh can be nothing but genuine and pure. There's nothing in the Quran that says Allah breathed into the human being his nafs. No, that's only said about the ruh of Allah. Ruhullah is pronounced. Okay. And by the way, Maryam, the mother of Isa, Jesus, she received the same breath, the ruh. And we'll talk about that at some other time. So again, it is my belief that information coming through the five basic senses pours down into the cerebellum from the upper situated emotion and memory oriented limbic brain. So the limbic brain, this middle brain, the mammalian brain, it's also called, is in charge of the activities related to your emotions and your memory bank. All of that is in the middle brain. So you have the top layer brain, neocortex, you have the middle brain, limbic brain, also known as mammalian brain, and then you have the bottom brain, the cerebellum, that's dealing with a lot of the unconscious activity. But it's this brain that is registering connections with the cosmos itself. It's not your intellect that's doing that. You cannot intellectually summon information from the cosmos. You cannot emotionally summon information from cosmic sources, but you can summon or at least get in contact with information that is able to register on the cerebellum and the spinal cord. This is why many religious practitioners in history have used the serpent as a major symbol in their religion. Even in the Quran, if you'll notice, within the story of Musa's journey, he's out there just doing what sheep herders do. He's taking care of his cattle. He's walking around with his staff. Think about all of these things. He's walking around with his staff. And all of a sudden he hears a voice. And it's the voice of Allah. He said, yeah, Musa, Yo, what up, Musa? What are you doing, man? Are you down there wasting time? You ready for a mission, my servant? And he didn't say all of that. That's me. Just put stuff in, make it exciting, right? So he says, "Oh, Musa, what is that in your right hand?" And Musa says, "It is my staff." Word for that staff is asa. Not important right now. But he said, "It is my staff." And then he went on to explain to Allah what it is he does with the staff. Now, you don't think that Allah already knew? But see, these stories are not literal stories. If Allah spoke to you in that way, with that level of clarity, would you be just having a casual kick it back and forth conversation with Allah like he's your homie or like he's your Uncle Pookie or somebody? No, that's not how you would react, not in your common sense mind. You'd probably be freaked out. You start hearing voices. Oh, I gotta go get my mind checked out. They say that's what happened to Muhammad. He said, "Am I freaking out?" He told his wife, "Am I jinn possessed?" You see, so when you start to hear voices, yeah, that could be the ultimate perception that something's happening to me. But it didn't happen to Musa. Even on another instance, Musa was in the, riding around in the desert, and he saw a light. He saw a burning bush or he saw fire, according to him. And that's to nar, I perceive a fire. He went and investigated the fire, and out of that fire came the voice of Allah. He said, "Take off your shoes. You are on sacred ground." You think that was an actual conversation in history? You cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if you do. I don't care who you are. You can be the Pope. You can be the head imam, grand sheikh of Mecca. If you believe that that's a literal story, you need to get your brain checked out because some of the waves have crashed up against the shore. These are not literal stories, literal narratives. The messages in these things are not literal. Allah is not speaking to literal reality throughout most of the Quran. Some of it, yes, but not most of it. Because Allah, again, is directing this revelation, this message, the wahi that the Prophet is receiving. Allah is directing it towards the human nafs and the human aql, the human ability to reason, bring rational results from the information that's coming into the cognitive awareness of the brain. It's designed for that. The nafs is invisible. Imam W.D. Muhammad once said that the true human is the invisible you within. It's not this flesh. Why would Allah spend time in the last revelation for all mankind? He's going to spend the majority of the book telling you what to do with your body. You're crazy. You already know what to do with this body. You've been inhabiting this body for how many thousands of years as a human being, millions of years as a human. Don't you know how to wash your hand and your face and your feet? Do you think if Allah put that in the Quran, when you prepare for prayer, believers, wash your hands, your face, and your feet up to the ankles? Do you think the source creator had to stop and give you that instruction? What in the world kind of dirty, funky life were you living before the revelation told you how to wash up? And then told you how to wash up in a way that really doesn't affect your hygiene at all. Not where true hygiene is supposed to be affected. True hygiene is to be affected in the areas of your sexual organs and that kind of thing. Your hands for sure, but when you get your hands dirty, don't you already know how to wash your hands? If you get your feet dirty walking through mud as an occupation, don't you already know how to wash your feet? I need for you to think about these things. We're entering into a new level of Quranic understanding. And I refuse to leave any stone unturned, even if you believe it's a sacred stone. The only sacred stone that I want you to put your faith in is that stone called the pineal stone, sitting in the middle of your brain, behind the forehead. Yeah, that's a stone that you can depend on. The pineal gland, the pineal stone. All of these other things will just keep you stoned in your mind and imagination. You'll be drunk as a skunk. Drunk as a skunk, accepting these ideas that we've been accepting now for thousands, as humanity for thousands of years. Although the people 1,000 years ago, 2,000, 5,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, and they knew that these things that they were deciphering were not to be taken literally, that they were abstract concepts. These Semitic people, who should properly be called the Shemitic people because they're out of the uh, genetics of the character called the Shem. He wasn't called the Sem, that son of Noah that they told you about in the church or in the synagogue. He was called the Shem, not Sem. But somebody tricked up that word and they robbed it of its H. You remember that lesson I gave you about how the H has been robbed in certain names? Allah in scripture of old, he gives characters the extra H. He gave the wife of Abram an H, and she became Sarah after having been Sarai, Sarai, Sarai. He gave Abraham his H. His name was Abram, according to the Bible, Old Testament. His name was Abram, Abram. And then God, they say, conferred upon him his H and his plurality. So he became Abraham. See, that suffix is plural. So he wasn't just a person named Abram after that. He became a community, didn't he? Isn't that what the Quran tells us in plain language? That Ibrahim was an ummah. Plain language in the Quran that Muslim scholars, unfortunately, have tricked up and gotten all backwards. Abraham was indeed a model. No, indeed, Abraham existed as a community. There's no other way of understanding ummah if you don't use the word community somewhere in the context. So there are several characters in the Bible, especially, and in previous religions. You have a Rama out of ancient India, Rama, who became Rahma. Oh, does that sound familiar? So this H phenomenon has occurred throughout various scriptures of old, and it simply means that conferred upon those particular personalities, those particular archetypes, that conferred upon them was this symbolic breath that is represented very clearly in the Quran as the Ruh of Allah, as he explains the development and construction of the one called Khalifa in the Quran. When I have breathed, and he told the angels, slow down your roll. First of all, you ain't even supposed to be talking back to me and asking me no questions. Allah says in a different part of the Quran that the angels can't question. So who are these angels asking Allah, what's he about to do? That's a question. Are you going to create one who Allah gave them an order? And before they put that order into effect, they said, are you going to make one who's going to create mischief and shed blood? That one question right there disqualified them as angels. And that's the point that Allah wants you to recognize if you are paying attention. Just because it uses the word malaik, it doesn't mean that it's the actual malaik that is representative of the forces that are controlling this universe and keeping everything in its proper place, as ordered to do by Allah. No, it's not those angels. There are many words in the Quran that serve multiple purposes. I'll give you just one more example and then we'll move on with the notes. Allah says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, meaning, oh, those of you who have accepted faith. We call them believers, right? Then Allah says right behind that, why did you say that which you do not do? Now, go some pages down. And what does Allah say about people who say out of their mouths what they do not do? There's a word for them. It's called munafiq, hypocrite. So why would Allah be calling people who have confessed faith in a very soft way? He's telling them, you are hypocrites. because Allah is the ultimate when it comes to his rahmah upon people. And he's giving people a chance. He's reminding them of their responsibility to be faithful people, although they are acting like pure D hypocrites. And he does it so that if it's in the public, this is just me talking, people don't have to get excited. People don't have to start listening like, E.F. Hutton. Oh, we thought these people were here among the mu'min like us, but they're not. They're munafiq, and now they're going to be attacked. So Allah does it very, very gingerly, very, very sweetly, very, very calmly, and methodically in calling those people who consciously were attempting to be people of faith, but their deeds got out of the circle of activity that normal people who profess faith express. So it gives them another chance to be right, doesn't it? So the language of the Quran is not the language of humans, but it's the language that if humans tap into it, it can grow you way beyond your human possibilities and create a bridge between you and the cosmos is the point. I know that sounds sci-fi, but I'm telling you what the Quran is doing in the world as we speak. It's qualifying you for Jannah. Where is Jannah? You don't think Jannah is a cosmic phenomenon? Can you point to it? Have the rockets that have gone out into space and supposedly going to the moon and going to Mars and all that, have they bumped into Jannah? So if these concepts such as nafs and ruh and Jannah are not tangible in front of you, put your finger on it, then why do you think washing your faces and your hands and your feet up to the elbow, why do you think that's literal? Oh boy, we're going to have fun going into 2024. Let's continue. So this that you're looking at is the serpent brain. You see that serpent head right there, the cerebellum? And then it goes down to become your spinal cord alongside your spine, your skeletal spine. That's the serpent that all religions and mythologies are speaking to. So when Allah again asked Musa, what is that in your right hand? He said, it is my staff. And then he went forth to tell Allah how he actually uses that staff to beat back the fodder, get food for his sheep and all of the rest of that. And then he said, and in it are other uses. This is Moses talking to Allah as though Allah don't know that. Say, oh yeah, also in it are other uses. That's for you. You got to start digging and looking at the words that Allah is using to express that thought to humans. And then Allah said, release it from your grip. Paraphrasing just a bit again. Release it from your grip. Throw it down, he told them. And when Moses or Musa threw that stick down, that staff that he was using to get food for his animals, his sheep, his lower life responsibilities, it said that it became hayyat. That means lively. Oh man, it began doing the boogie woogie. You know what I'm talking about. That serpent became, see, the word asa means snake, but the word hayyat, it also means snake, but not the same snake as asa. Asa is like a garden snake. You seen garden snakes? Ain't gonna be so you love, yeah, so love it. But hayat means that it became of the nature of the anaconda type snakes, the boa constrictors, those long muscle bound snakes. So Allah took a snake that you wouldn't get that excited about if you saw it in your garden, or if you open your front door and a garden snake goes, oh, you move it over to the side or whatever you do. But if you opened up your door and you saw an anaconda, have you ever seen that movie Anaconda? If you've seen one of those, that snake is going to see you before you see it. He'd be peeking at you in your window before you even get to the door. Yeah. So now you know why Moses freaked out. Excuse the expression. Now you know why Musa had such a fear. Now, where does fear register? in the nervous system, in the cerebellum as fight or flight response. See, Allah is teaching you psychology in the Quran. These are not just words. He's giving us enough information, as Instructor Bilal is doing himself, to create a brand new psychology. I call mine a new psychology for a new America, because Freud is done. He's toast. He's out of here. How are you going to get a man to teach you about discipline who couldn't discipline himself enough to take the pipe out of his mouth? And it resulted in him dying from cancer because he couldn't stop smoking. He's going to tell me how to discipline my life? No, you got to have an example, not just words. See, that's the difference between talk and walk. If you ain't walking the way, you can't just be talking the way and get my attention. And that's how you should be. Dear Muslims, Christians, Jews, and others who are listening, who are sincere to what it is you say you have faith in. Don't listen to people talk and you looking at them. It's clear to you that they're not walking the walk that they are talking to you about. See? So that fear that registered in Musa's spinal cord caused him to jet away from there. Whoa, anaconda. And Allah said, no. See, Allah immediately put the, he said, no, don't worry about that. I got control of this one. Don't worry about that. But I'm the controller of all universes. So look at what Allah said. He asked Musa now to do something that was against his fitrah, so to speak. He said, pick it up. And he said, when you pick it up, it will return to its former position as a garden snake. All of this is talking about the potentials and the possibility within the human makeup, the human mind, the human registration of fears and doubts, and how those things can be overcome by iman, by listening and following through on the amr of Allah, on the command of Allah. That's what alleviates, eliminates, and eradicates that kind of fear, which we're going to be running into plenty in 2024. So if you're not girded up, if you're not geared up in terms of your understanding of the language of the Quran in particular, 2024 is going to be a mess for you. It's going to be a mess because they are planning some things. They are planning on throwing some loops at us in 2024, particularly around the election seat. Oh man, they have so much planned to take us off of the grid, literally to take your mind from you so they can have an excuse for locking you up or beating you or killing you. I'm giving you straight up facts now. So don't think that we're going into the world of la-di-da, and because Imam Muhammad said goodness is on the rise, that all is well and everything will be okay. It will only be okay if you are tapped into the hudan, the guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everybody else who's following all of this fiction and this fantasy and this mythology, which includes the majority of the Muslim world also, they're going to be erased. Their souls will be eliminated, as Imam Muhammad stated that we have entered the time of the great elimination of the human soul. He didn't say the Christian soul. He said the human soul. He said, and soon. And it doesn't represent the elimination of this physical body that has done nothing against Allah. It's been a perfect servant as Allah created this physical body. It did what you told it to do, and that's what Allah told it to do what the mind is telling it to do, the spirit in the person is telling. So who's the culprit? Is it the flesh and blood, or is it the mind and the soul and the emotions that have gone awry and led the body to whatever it is doing that you consider to be a sin? No, the body is completely innocent. So why would Allah send punishment to just kill your physical body, slay everybody, kill everybody? That's not what it's not talking about the death of people and flesh and blood beings and the destruction of the physical planet Earth. That's not what the Bible and the Quran are discussing. They're talking about those things as they exist in you. So we're going to take a little break, about 10 minutes or so, to have our instructor, William Safir, come back to us and give you some pertinent information on where it is we're attempting to go from here, in conjunction with some other efforts that are being made by some very special people on this planet. So give him your undivided attention. William, when you're ready for me, just signal, just call on me, and I'll appear again and complete the lesson. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Sure. Thank you. Just wanted to bring to everyone's attention that as instructor has informed us very well so far in his presentation. 2024, by all accounts, promises to be a rough ride globally. And we're going to see it manifested at all levels of society. Everything points to that, politically, economically, socially, culturally, educationally, business-wise, across the board. And while there'll be more chaos and confusion than we've ever witnessed before, but just as we're told in the Quran, as I mentioned earlier, inma usri yusra, that with the difficulty comes the relief, the ease. So if we are alert and apply ourselves and do the necessary reading, and this subject that's instructor is winding down tonight, the two readings is perfect in terms of timing, coming out of 2023 into 2024, because we're going to have to look very carefully into what Allah has given us in the Quran and all the instructing signs, the ayat throughout this dunya, this creation, the fitrah. Look very carefully into it and extract the meaning out of it to conduct our everyday life. And that's usually expressed in terms of your family life, your daily life, in terms of your finances, of all things. And however you conduct yourself in terms of how you handle your emotions, how you handle your intellect, how you handle even your instinctive drives. That's usually expressed outwardly. That's usually manifested in what you're producing in the context of your family life. And if there's any way to measure that, it'll be through, how you go about taking care of the needs of your family. As Honorable Elijah Muhammad so wisely directed us in those areas of food, clothing, and shelter, those basic needs, how you are able to do that, and then to take it the next step, as Sister Clara Muhammad gave us in establishing our educational system, dealing with our children all the way through, from birth all the way through, actually till what we call death. There's constant learning to be had, but that learning should be transferred into productivity in the context of your family life. And that's what we're going to be talking about. We're blessed to have Sister Brittany X from, she's with the Nation of Islam, the present Nation of Islam, but she's been working very carefully with us and Brother Anwar, putting together a curriculum for homeschools. And in that curriculum, we're basing a new approach that actually being led by Nunetics, a new approach to learning that instructor has been talking about for years now. That's evolving, a new approach to learning, to looking at knowledge, looking at education, and using the fitrah, using the patterns that we see in this creation, not only the four of air, fire, water, and land, or earth, but also with the ether. And he's given us plenty of information on that. But what we'll be doing for the next 3 Mondays, I'll be sharing a preview of how we're going to affect the shift in learning globally. And we're starting with homeschools, actually producing a whole curriculum that's going to supplement homeschools. Again, not only in Georgia, in the South, throughout the United States, and throughout the world, we are redirecting the whole learning environment. And you'll get a glimpse of that, but you'll more importantly, you're going to witness how to take that knowledge, that information, and convert it into, as Karima Medina Bilal, I love that phrase that she uses, where you can access news that you can use, information that you could convert into productivity. And usually, again, the thing that we use to measure productivity is money, is finance. So we will be looking at what some people will call financial literacy, but not from ways it's been approached in the past. It'll be based upon Quranic thinking, be based upon the fitra, and it'll be based upon the Lunetics method. So I will put in the chat the information to the link. Now, Instructor's already sent the link out earlier today, so you should have that already in your email. The link for the presentation that I'm going to be giving for the next 3 Mondays from 6 to 9 o'clock. And you owe it to yourself to be present. You'll see a lot of information that you can utilize on a daily basis, putting yourself in a better position coming into 2024 with all the chaos, with all the confusion that always comes right along with opportunity, believe it or not. The enemy of the human being has always used that to control, causes problems, causes confusion, and in the midst of all of that, a lot of opportunity is presented, and they reap the benefits from the opportunities. That's been the same thing in every catastrophe that was man-made, and every dip in the economy that was orchestrated, manipulated. That's always the part of the game plan to cause a lot of confusion, throw everything in a state of chaos, and then opportunities will come out of that. People will lose their home, people will lose their jobs, people will go hungry, and the whole everything is topsy-turvy. The things that are lost, somebody will be gobbling them up and taking advantage of it. So in other words, a lot of opportunity. Businesses will close, commercial establishments will have to shut down. It's going to be a lot of changes in your life. I think the cost of living is now high now. You haven't seen the end of inflation yet. So I'm saying all that to say that while there's going to be a lot of problems coming to 2024, Allah is positioning us to come with solid solutions. And those solutions are right in the context of your family life. How we position ourselves so that we can receive the abundance that Allah has put in this creation. And the manipulators cannot stop that. The abundance will still flow. So positioning ourselves so that we will be in a position, and it's going to take work, it's going to take effort, it's going to take some study, some research, some organizing. So it's going to take some effort on our part. But if we will work together, it doesn't take everyone, but it takes that nucleus of those of us who are willing to work together, starting with yourself and your own family. And that's the kind of thing we're going to be discussing. Some of the basics. Robert Kiyosaki gives a lot of information for that. There are a few others that we'll be looking at. Julian Gordon is another one that have a lot of valuable information that we'll be looking at. But we will be helping you. And one of our dear brothers who actually have designed this 300-year family generational wealth building plan, and he's been very effective with it. We're tapping into some of his wisdom, brother here locally, Yusuf Ali. And he's been sharing a lot of information with us, but we will be sharing all of the information with you. I've been involved in the financial services industry for over 20 years. And now I'm sharing that information with you. I've started with my family, and throughout the year of 2024, I'm going to be sharing with each one of my children an hour per strong seven. I don't call them weeks anymore, but an hour per strong seven I'm going to dedicate to each one of my children. They're all grown, but they have different problems, different circumstances, different issues that they need to work through to strengthen their economic position. And now some of them are doing very well working on jobs. Some of them are doing very well in their own business. Others are doing well with a combination of both. Some will have other kind of issues, but I'm going to help them position themselves in terms of the way they think, how they deal with their emotions, how they express that, and how they use certain technologies, financial technologies, methods of doing the very thing that Instructor was closing on, in terms of taking the knowledge and putting it in a form where you can use it in your life. That's how you advance financially. And we'll be looking at some of those ideas and concepts, and we'll be sharing that for the next 3 Mondays. So again, that information, I'll put the information to the link in the chat, but you should check your email. Those of you who are on this call, you should have gotten it earlier today. And I'll also put my personal information, my email address and my phone number in the chat as well. So you can take a look at that. But you don't want to miss these presentations the next 3 Mondays. I'm offering my time, and it's free. I'm not charging for that. If you want me to work specifically and directly with your family, then we can discuss the cost for that. But in terms of the information that'll be shared with you for the next three Mondays, it's my gift to you. So please be present. We're looking forward to an exciting time in 2024. We're not going into 2024 hopeless. It's just the opposite. We're going very hopeful. Allah has blessed us with a good year, with a strong end to this year, and we're going into 2024 looking for a lot of progress, financial progress, in the context of each one of our families. So again, if you have any questions, put it. I see Yahya's hand up. Actually, write it, put it in the chat, and we'll address it either at the end of the session, after the instructor gets finished, or you can contact me directly. So with that, I don't know, International Instructor, if you're back yet.
Yes, sir.
I'll hand the talking stick back to you, brother.
All right, my brother. That was a wonderful presentation, and I'm praying that each and every one of you will see fit to take advantage of this information and participate in this wealth building opportunity. I know I am all in. I know which way the winds are blowing. So be there with me, be there with us. And the beautiful thing about that is that it's coming from people of our circumstances. And I don't mean racial circumstances. I mean human circumstances. We are here because we have invested ourselves in the future development and unfolding of this wonderful nafs that Allah has gifted us with. It needs to be, it's like a flower bed. It needs to be tended to. It's a garden. It needs to be tended to. And we're praying that all of you see the importance of doing that and make sure that you're there with us. So let me bring my notes back up. So again, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. The definitive praise is the property of Allah. And Allah is Rabbil Alameen. He is the guardian evolver, the keeper, the sustainer of all of the Alameen, the systems of knowledge. Alameen, El Alameen, is from the smaller word ilm, which means knowledge and science. And Allah is the source creator responsible for the birth of, the involutionary aspects of, and the evolutionary aspects of what you're seeing all around you and in you right now. And he has duplicated and replicated that how many zillions of times over. Yeah, so he is the one who is responsible for the evolution, the further evolution of this nature. But unless you're tapped into the ilm, unless you're interested in the science of who you are, there's a science to who you are, not just in the biology and the chemistry aspects of you, but into the metaphysical you, into the emotional you, into the intellectual you. These are invisible properties that Allah has created that are being addressed, as I said earlier, through different words in the Quran, specifically the nafs, the aql, the ruh. The nafs is indicative of your intellect, even though they translate it as soul. The intellect occupies about 3/4 of what you're calling your soul. And then you have the aql, which is the part of the intellect that deals specifically with the rational and moral properties of that intellect. And then you have the ruh, which is tapped into a universal soul, if you will, a universal concern that is not limited by time and space even. All of these are gifts that are actually being unwrapped for us by Allah in this day and time. You're living in a very special day and time, a very serious day and time, but a very special day and time. It's what the Bible calls the day, it calls it the great and dreadful day of the Lord. How's that? That's the Bible talking. The great and great, that sounds good. It is good, but also dreadful for some. Is it great for those who are heeding the warning? Great. I see what's going on. It's opening up before me. I've been sent the message of how to avoid these calamities. So this is a great day for me, but it's going to be sad sack, dreadful for some people who either did not get the message, they didn't get the memo, or they got it and they did what the people of Noah did in the Bible. They continued to do the boogie while it started to rain. You know the story. They kept saying, we got a little more time. Party ain't over yet. Noah, party just started. What are you talking about? It's going to rain. It's going to be flooded. Well, we got time. And before you know it, that rain was up to their nostrils. And they were, you know what happens from there. So we don't want to be caught on that side of history unnecessarily when the proper guidance is here, giving us the proper instruction of how to save ourselves and our families from the fire whose fuel is men and stone, as the Quran pronounces. So let's continue here. We were talking about the serpent brain, and you can see it very clearly in this depiction. Not sure if this is what the person who put this picture together meant, but I think they were just trying to highlight the cerebellum. But it's very evident that it is shaped in the fitrah in the same positioning as the average snake or the average serpent. Let's go further. Great information tonight. Listen carefully. So you have the limbic system. And I'm going to name these off so you'll know how to pronounce them when you begin to go looking for them and spelling them on your own and including them in your own notes, because this is your homework. Now, one thing Instructor Benjamin Bilal does not do, he does not follow up on people and force them to do homework. This has to be because you see this information as important enough. So my job is just to provide for you the details, the markers and where to go, that kind of thing. That's what this is. So this is a comprehensive list of the things that are the most or the major portions of the human brain. So here you see, you have the limbic system, which we were talking about, and you see where the arrows are pointing. Everywhere you see an arrow pointing, everything under limbic system is a part of the limbic system, which is a part of your emotionality also and your memory capacity. So what's under the limbic system? The thalamus. Don't worry about what it does. Look it up. The hypothalamus, the pituitary, very important. And next to the pineal, the pituitary is its mate. And it's interesting to me that they do not include the pineal most of the time. They call it a vestigial organ, meaning it used to operate in history, but there's no more need for it. So we're not going to pay attention to the pine. No, they took it off the rack because they knew what you'd be able to do if you bought it off of the rack and began using it. The pineal is too impactful a part of the human brain that if you came into the knowledge of how to manipulate that pineal, that energy that Allah put there, there would be probably nobody on earth who could subjugate you, who could enslave you, who could just make you do stuff that you didn't want to do. The pineal is a very powerful force of energy that operates in the world as an assistant. Allah told the angels, bow down to Adam. What do you think they're bowing down to? Your sex organ? Your flighty heart? Your wayward thoughts? No. Allah would not allow any creature that he created to bow down to you unless Allah put it in your nature to be worthy of that attention. So those angels are not just operating for you willy-nilly because you're in a human body. An ape is almost in a human body, but the angels aren't working under their employ, but they're working for you. Like I said, sahara. They're being subjugated by Allah to work for us. So again, you have the pituitary, you have the amygdala, the hippocampus. You know, in the Bible, in the stories of Jesus, there's a character there called Mary Magdala. And most people don't know that it's actually referring to this part of the brain. The Bible itself, along with the Quran, are referring to the human makeup and the invisible supports that Allah has given this body. So yeah, it's talking about parts of the body for sure, but as a connection to an invisible set of logic that Allah has created us to live by. Not just to say you have hands and feet and genitalia and eyes and hair. No, that's not what it's there to tell you. You know that. The Quran did not come to tell you anything that you already knew. He taught the human being that which he before was not knowing of the past. He wasn't knowing this in the past. So revelation had to come and crown what he was able to call out of the creation with his own brain, minus revelation. The human being was already an advanced being before revelation started coming. The human being knew how to grow fields of vegetation, and he knew how to do whatever he was going to do to make his livelihood, to hunt, all of that. The human being, he was making tools. You know the history. There's no revelation that came to him and said, told him how to make a hammer or how to make an axe to be able to cut into wood. And that wasn't revelation that did that. That information was already here. So what's the purpose of revelation, especially the Quran, is to teach you what to do now that you've established the base for knowledge and science. The Quran comes to advance that. You put down the foundation for the house, the Quran comes to give you brick by brick all of the necessary structure that you need so that the impossible things, the things that your brain couldn't even fathom, the contact between your brain and revelation, oh man, it accelerates that growth so that now you're into sciences that you would never have come into had it not been for you peeping into Allah's revelation, particularly the Quran. I'm talking to the world that has done that. They've peeped into the Quran. And this is why Imam Muhammad said that Muhammad the Prophet is the leader of the modern world. What do you think he meant by modern? He's talking about the sciences, the alamin, the systems of knowledge and science. So if you're a follower of Muhammad, You should be in the lead when it comes to the sciences. Where's your new psychology? Where's your new approach to biology and physiology and chemistry and alchemy? Where's your approach? You're supposed to be the leader of the band. And when it comes to that, this is where I'm attempting to take your mind in the direction of to place more attention on that. Because the more attention you place on your place in this cosmos, that attention is going to expand, and it's actually going to just automatically start connecting you magnetically with that objective. And you will be living a life that you never dreamt that you would be living. I'm telling you how this thing goes. I couldn't have predicted that I'd be here teaching people from around the planet a system of letters that Allah gifted me with. I'm just a man from the projects of New York. That's all I am, somebody from the project. Douglas Projects. But Allah is no respecter of persons, as the Bible says. He's not one to look and see if you are from Chicago or are you from Ohio or are you from the Philippines. Allah doesn't look to qualify people like that. He looks at your heart. Yeah, what you're investing in, heart-wise. And then he gives enough information to the mind to take your heart where it needs and wants to go. So all of this is a part of the limbic system. Mary Magdala is right there. And what does it say about her in the Bible? It says that upon the can't call it the return of Jesus, but after he was supposedly crucified and they couldn't find him in the cave after they rolled the rock back and they saw that he had disappeared, it says that she and she alone saw him in what is called the Garden of Gethsemane. She saw him in the garden as a gardener. Remember what we were talking about earlier? A mufli, farmer. She saw him as a gardener. And it says that she first did not recognize him, but when she did, she started going to a weeping and weeping. And it says that she wept so much that she was able to wash his feet. He instructed her to wash his feet. Wash his feet with her hair and her tears. You know how much weeping that is? So the first thing that he instructed Mary, one of his Sahaba, one of his followers, one of his companions, first thing he suggested she do was wash his feet. The last thing that the Quran instructs the Muslim to do is wash his and her feet. Isn't that something? So where Jesus's image leaves off in the Bible, the Muslim commandment is to pick up where Christ left off. But it's not talking about the physical washing of anybody's physical feet. I gave you some insight into what feet represent when we were talking about the letter Qaf and the word qiyam. Make sure that your balance is kept clean and pure, your equilibrium, etc. All right. So enough of that. Then you have the brain stem. Well, actually, you have the yes. All of this is the limbic. This is the neocortex, the cerebral cortex. It's also called the cerebrum. The cerebrum, and I told you in other classes that cerebrum is connected to the idea of the RAM. The RUM in cerebrum is the RAM in the word RAM. And today you can go even into the world of computers and they're talking language that includes the word RAM. It's beautiful when you understand it. In the world of optics, they give it the word REM as an acronym for rapid eye movement, but that happens when you're asleep. That's deep into your subconscious. All of these sciences that have these consonantal connections between their words are related to each other. And the job of the wide awake person who is in search of, our job is to make those connections, record those connections, even if they are just a hypothesis on your part, just guesswork, but put down the reasons why you believe they're related. and you will be doing a favor for your brain unmatched by any other study in the world right now. So we have the cerebrum, and cortex simply means the outer covering that's protecting what's beneath it. You have the corpus callosum, and you see where that's located. And then you have the cerebellum. And just as surely as the cerebrum, the ram is doing what it does, the cerebellum is what scripture is referring to as the bull. Scripture and mythology are referring to this part of the brain that we've been discussing with all of that emotional content. It's referring to it as the bull in scripture and in other religions and in mythology. Mythology is replete with knowledge referring to bulls. The Quran did something super, super duper magnificent. It took the bull of the Bible and turned it into a heifer. That emotional bull that went around snorting and striking the ground and all of that. Allah comes in the Quran and he converts it into a midlife crisis called the heifer. The heifer is the middle between the calf and the grown cow. There's the calf, born a calf. Once it reaches 2 years old, it becomes a heifer, Heifer. And then from 2 years old on up throughout its growth, it will only become a full-blown cow. Remember, this is a female we're talking about. The bull is a male. It will only become a full-grown cow once it gives birth to a calf. So from 2 years old, it becomes a heifer at 2 years old. It has to give birth, get pregnant and give birth. As soon as it gives birth, it's a full-blown cow. It's no longer a heifer. So if Allah is calling that creature in the Quran in Surah 2 a heifer, you need to think about that. And it means no matter how old you get, do you know there are some old societies, some old organizations populating this planet Earth right now that are pretending to be full grown, but in their minds, they are still mid-level. Mid-level. You're going to them, depending on them for knowledge and instruction in your deen and all. You don't understand that these people practically just got here. They are heifers. And if you look at the consonantal connections between the English word heifer and the English word faker, they fit perfectly. Because the heifer is a faker, especially the older it gets. It's pretending to be an adult, but it hasn't produced anything that has been responsible for, or that it will claim responsibility for. So it's not our fault that these people are dying from this jab. It's their fault. They had a choice. See, they never like to take responsibility. Yeah, they're like teenagers. They don't want to take responsibility for the things that they've done that have gone awry. So faker and heifer. Now I give you another connection. The word that is used in the Catholic Church, I believe, called the vicar or vicar. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. The V-I-C-A-R with the C being pronounced as a K. So vakara is interchangeable with bakara because ba and V, B and V are interchangeable linguistically speaking.
Vicar.
Vicar. Thank you, Winona. Good to see you. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So these two words and the concepts are interchangeable. So I'm going to say something that might insult some people if they're on the Catholic sides of things, but it's not meant to be any strike against you. You didn't invent this language. So what the vicar represents is what the faker represents. Now, why am I saying that? Take your emotional mind out of what I'm about to say. Don't evaluate what I'm saying with your emotional mind. Evaluate it with your rational senses. The reason why what the Pope of Rome does represents being a faker is because he's calling himself the person who is sitting in the stead of Jesus until Jesus returns. And in fact, he's the ruler, he's the de facto ruler of planet Earth, and not just of Rome, Italy. The Pope, in his concept, is said to be the ruler of the entire world, even your Muslim world, Muslims. Now, is he telling the truth about himself? No, he's faking. So to fake is just saying that what you're saying is not true. It's not real. You're pretending. See, just like the heifer. Hafara, Vakara, Bakara, they're all practically the same idea. And what did Allah say to Musa about that Bakara? Slay it. Now, do you think he's talking physically? If you thought he was talking physically, you might be stupid enough to go out there and try and assassinate the Pope. And how many popes would you have to assassinate when they come back to back to back to back? So that doesn't make sense. He's not talking about slaying any particular individual. The Quran is not focused on individuals. The Quran is focused on qualities and quantities of things as they exist and affect the internal you, called the nafs. I can't repeat that enough. So no, these are groups of people that is talking about. Baqarah. When you go to school and you graduate from college, you can graduate with a bachelor's degree. See that word bachelor? From Baqarah also. Because you ain't fully there yet with a bachelor's degree. You got to get higher knowledge, higher learning, higher degrees, become a master. You understand? Right? So all of these things are related to the other, is the point. And all of these ideas are ideas that are born out of the study of the human makeup. So we have that cerebellum operating there. Now, you can even look at this in terms of its astrological connections, because the ram in astrology is the first signature or the first sign in the so-called zodiac, the ram. Whereas the next sign in the zodiac is the bull. The ram represents Aries, A-R-I-E-S. The bull represents Taurus, T-A-U-R-U-S. So it begins with Aries. Aries is the ram. Aries is aggressive. The ram of Aries cannot lead besides another ram. They have to go to fighting each other, tussling with each other, and running into each other with their horns, with those bony horns, until one of them gives in and gives up and gets on about his way. He can't even stay in the herd. He's too embarrassed, and he might precipitate another fight. No, in his nature, he knows, I'm done. I can't beat this guy. I'm going to go and see if I can find me another set of sheep that I can rule. See? So that's how that goes. And that is also indicative of what is taking place in your moral and rational brain. Once you come to a decision, then it's for you to implement that decision, no matter what your mama told you, no matter what your ex-husband told you. You know it's right. You know that you can actually implement it. Go ahead and do. You'll be the leader in that. That's the ram in you. The cerebrum, the cerebrum in you. So go ahead and implement that idea. If you do not implement that idea, then some other force, some other power, some other language, some other emotionality, some other rationality will eventually become the leader of your life. That's how it goes. When you give up leadership, then the next leader in charge takes over. That would be your emotional brain, the limbic brain. So most people on earth right now, I would assume, are actually being ruled by their emotionality and not so much by their rational decision-making brain, the cerebrum. The cerebrum has been put into a deep sleep. Does that sound familiar? Go back and listen to my previous lectures on Adam, Eve, and the serpent. This is Adam. Even when you're reading the Quran about Adam, and his Zawj, who is never called Eve in the Quran, only his Zawj. So this is Adam, the neocortex. When the neocortex becomes docile or dormant, the concept for that in the Bible is sleep. Deep sleep, the Bible says that Adam was put into a deep sleep. And that's when it says God went about the creation of Eve from a rib of Adam. He was anesthetized. Think about these things. This is speaking to an age-old scheme of the spiritual manipulators of this world. They read these scriptures and they understand them on levels way beyond what the average churchgoer or what the average Jew synagogue goer understands about scripture. The manipulators, they sit behind the curtain and they study to no end what these symbols mean. They look at it from all kinds of directions, and then they come to their conclusions and they teach it, but only to themselves and their children. That's why I tell you, you can't look at the Jews and say, oh, it's the Jews, they're the problem. No, no, no. There's a master manipulator even beyond them and how smart you think they are. They're also being manipulated by the wizard behind the curtain, as I've told you on occasion. So that's the sleeping Adam. Now, once that Adam goes to sleep, let's go back to the Bible Genesis for a moment. Once that Adam goes into a deep sleep, then the brain, meaning if you're not using your rational qualities, if you're not using your thinking capacity, then the brain automatically defers to your emotionality, to the limbic or mammalian brain for leadership. And who came and spoke to Eve, who in this case is the limbic brain, the emotional brain? See, she's Eve because she's even. See, she's in the middle between Adam and the serpent. She's in the middle. She's the one that is level. You see the word Eve in the middle of level, L-E-V-E-L. That's who she is. She's the equilibrium. She's the one who wants to be at peace. She's that quality that she doesn't want to be rambunctious. She doesn't want to be argumentative. She just wants to be left alone, but she wants to know that she's doing the right thing so that her emotions can be, you know, like Esau said to Allah when Allah said, is it that you don't have faith? He said, no, that my qalb, that my heart be at ease. See, he's saying the same thing that Eve is saying in the Bible. I just want to be at peace. I don't want to be, I'm not built to have all of this disturbance for this amount of time in my life. Let's resolve this. Will you show me how those words will be resurrected? See, so this is all speaking to the same phenomena. The Quran is just giving you extra additional layers of wisdom and insight. So Adam goes into a deep sleep. Then Eve is approached by the serpent. Who is the serpent? This brain right here that I told you about. Look at it here. The cerebellum connected to the spinal cord. That's your snake. That's the serpent that spoke to Eve. And Eve is that middle level brain activity that is focused on emotions and memory. How do we know she's focused on memory? Because she asked the snake when he asked her to take a bite of this fruit. She said, no. God said that in the day that we partake of that fruit, we shall surely die. What was she using to tell the snake that? She was using her memory. So she's indicative of the memory brain and the emotional, but she got emotional. Whoa, you trying to kill me, snake? God said. It's not like Pookie said. I ain't even met Pookie yet. God said that in the day that I bite of that fruit, which it never calls an apple, but they're saying apple because they want you to link it to the word appetite. See, desires, appetites, those things that are floating in the emotionality, huh? In the day that I do that, I'm out of here. And the serpent told her, nah, you ain't. Don't you know I'm the master of survival? Don't you know that I'm the reptilian brain, always on the case, always looking out for your better interests? I'm not going to let you die. God said that he was just joshing with you. He knew you were a newbie. He didn't want to give you all that information. In fact, in the day that you bite into this fruit, the serpent told Eve, your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as the gods, plural. So she bit into the fruit, and voila, her eyes became open. So who was lying in this case? God or the serpent? If you're reading it rationally, you'd have to conclude that God lied in the Bible. And that's why, in addition to everything else I've told you, you should absolutely believe that the God that is being spoken of in this part of the Bible has nothing to do with the source creator that the Quran refers to as Allah. This God is representative of the forces in nature. Nature is constantly shaping you. Nature is constantly giving you your marching orders. Nature tells you not to live over here because it rains too much. Don't live over there because there's too much snow and ice. Live in a place where you are physically and emotionally comfortable. That's what nature is telling you. Nature is your God. Do you think the infant that is born understands that Allah is who he is? Or does the infant believe that mommy and daddy are gods in its life? They can do no harm. No harm will come to it because I'll call my daddy to deal with you. See, that's what infants think. They don't say, I'm going to call on God. You got to be a special child, like the son of Ibrahim, to come to that kind of recognition that there's a source creator who's going to stop you from doing wrong to me. But that's not the average child. The average child sees its parents as, that's why the parents are called Rabiani, Rab. The parents are called Rabiani in the Quran. That's your initial Rab. You're a evolver. You're a sustainer. They're the ones bringing food every night for you to eat as dinner. They're looking over you at school and wherever, in the park, still looking at you in the playground. They're your guardians. You have to understand how the fitra operates. Allah is not interested. Allah doesn't have this ego that most of us have attached to him, where he needs to have all of this attention on him all of the time, 5 times a day. Oh, stop what you're doing. Or you're in the surgery room, you're cutting somebody open. Stop. It's time for Dhuhr. It's time for Asr. No, no. You're out celebrating with your family or some important business meeting or something, and you look at oh, it's time for whatever, and you want to stop in the middle of something. Now you might say, well, yeah, you got to prioritize because Allah is important like that. He's Akbar after all. No, see, when you get all of that language confused, you are in trouble, my friend. That's not what's being spoken of in the Quran. Allah is not an attention grabber like that. He even created a solar disk above our heads. That's the biggest star in our galaxy, but it doesn't demand attention on it. In fact, if you pay attention to it directly, you lose your vision. How about that as a comparison in the fitra? The sun doesn't even require your constant attention to it. It just requires that you utilize the heat and the warmth and the light that it provides. That's all. And it's the same thing with Allah. He doesn't require all of this personal attention. Stop, drop, give me 20. Allah doesn't require all of that. Did you make your salat on time? It's time for the next one is coming in soon now because it's winter time. Oh, the next one is and you're so busy wrapped up in rituals. Not routines. There are routines in the Quran. Oh boy, the book is coming. I'm sorry, the book is coming. Trust me when I tell you. But it's going to tell you the difference between rituals and routines. Yes, there are certain times of the day when Allah requires that you do particular things as routines, because at that particular time of the day, the atmosphere, if you will, is better conditioned for that routine, for that activity. But just to be willy-nilly, you don't know why you're doing it. You're not quite sure when you're doing it. You're still thinking about your shopping list as you're doing it. or not being able to pay your mortgage or your rent the next month while you're up there, Allahu Akbar. You ain't doing nothing with what the Quran called whistling and clapping around the Kaaba. So that's their devotion, that's their worship, nothing but the whistling and clapping of hands as they circumambulate the Kaaba. That's a ritual. That's not a routine. A routine always has at the end of it a discernible benefit. If you brush your teeth routinely, there's a benefit at the end of it. Even if you exercise 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half an hour, go for a walk, that's a routine. You do it every day, hopefully. It has a discernible benefit at the end of it. But those guys standing there, as I mentioned to sister yesterday, those guys standing there in front of the king and queen's castle with the big old wool hats and the rifles in their hands or spears or whatever they're carrying in their red coats and all that stand there, and you can get right in their face and go, yo, 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 he ain't gonna move. Because he's representing a ritual. Now, if they have to go to war, if the king or the queen in the castle becomes aggressed upon, you're going to immediately see those soldiers go into routine mode because they have a plan for if somebody's trying to invade the castle or snatch the queen before she gets to her car. They have a plan for that. But other than that, to stand there stoically with their whatever their weapon they hold, that's a ritual. It has no discernible benefit. It's just a show. It's a look. See? Just an outward thing that they do to impress people. Man, a lot to cover here. Alhamdulillah. Okay. So we have the ram and we have the bull. We have the leader of the sheep, the aggressive one, the rambunctious one, and we have the one who is involved in the Belam. Belam means war or warlike, but Bella can mean beauty. Bella, beautiful. My southern belle, see? So this emotionality can go either way. It can become warlike or it can become a thing of beauty. Talking about your human emotionality. You have to be the one, my friends, to decide on what personality, what characteristics you want your emotionality to take on. It's totally in your hands. It's not in the hands of the person provoking you that's making you mad. He makes me so mad when I go to work. I just can't say, I might have to quit because of him, because he ain't saying nothing, but he's always looking at me. So that ain't got nothing to do with what you need to be doing. He's not in control of your life because he's not truly in control of your emotionality. That's in his head. You speak to the proper people to get him to be distant and to keep his place, but you don't get emotionally bent out of shape because of his activities. If that's the case, you are going to be ruined in this life. Because next it'll be the butcher. When you go to the store, he ain't looking at you right, or he said the wrong thing or whatever. Now you're in court tied up under something because of what somebody said to you or how they looked at you. That caused them to be provocative or whatever, aggressive or whatever. Now your husband's in the butcher. Now it's the big old thing. Butcher man, he got a hatchet. He's got something to work with. I hope your husband does. But that's not what this life is about. That's Eve being appealed to while Adam is asleep. So when Adam goes to sleep, Eve and the serpent converse with each other. And Eve is not sufficient an entity to stave off the threat of the environment from affecting Eve. See? She's not strong enough for that. Your emotions are not strong enough to stave off the evildoers of this world. You need a rational mind to do that. You need a mind that can calculate and plan to do that. But if that part of your mind, as I said, is in a deep sleep, a comatose state, where you don't even refer to reason and what's rational and what's moral, let me see what the best thing to do for all parties involved is. That's moral and rational. When that goes to sleep in this hemisphere, oh, buddy, the other folks come out to party. Okay, let's manipulate this one. We got a sucker here. Yeah, Eve, we got a sucker in Eve. See? So these two parts of the brain, and I say brain loosely, not necessarily the physicality of the brain. The mechanisms, the psychology of these parts of the brain is what I'm actually referring to. They come together and they converge. And because the limbic system, is too weak emotionally, too uninformed, let's put it that way. She is too uninformed. She's not the one that's taking in all of this 5 sense information. She's just storing it. The husband is making all of the money. She's just banking it in the memory bank. Got it? Right? So she now is looking for a new leader. And she finds that new leader in the survival brain, the R complex brain, the reptilian brain. That becomes her new man because her old man is snoozing. See? So she's got to now depend on directives coming from the brain that is, as she sees it, can do no wrong, can't make a mistake, because survival is important and it's going to do whatever it needs to do in order to survive. Hook or crook, as we've heard it, right? That's how this brain here. If you're starving, that brain will go into survival mode. And if it deems it necessary to steal some food, that part of the brain is going to send that directive to the rest of the body. Take that apple off the apple cart as you pass. Don't let nobody see you do it. Or stick somebody up at gunpoint or at knife point. That's the survival brain doing that in the criminal. Because it figures out and decides that it is nothing else it can do. I don't have time to even think about this. This is fight or flight instinct that I'm dealing with. And I'm doing it in the interest of the greater body here. Because if you don't survive to see tomorrow, you won't have a chance to improve upon your emotional life. You won't have a chance to improve upon your moral and rational vision. So I have to be in charge now so that you'll have another charge tomorrow. And whatever I got to do to stay in charge, I'm going to do it. So it sends those messages down from the emotionality acquiesces to the spinal cord, to the instinctive fight or flight mechanisms that are responsible for overall survival and safety. And the serpent becomes the leader. But as I told you in the story of Musa, Allah said, "What is that in your right hand, Musa?" Ooh, how beautiful that is. He said, "It is my staff, my asa." And do you know that the word asa in the Quran is related to the word Isa in the Quran? Oh, you don't put those things together, but W.D. Muhammad did. I'll teach you about that on a different day. Yeah, Jesus should be the staff for the Christians who believe in that. But what is that staff? That staff is representative of the nervous system and the fight or flight instinctive behavior in humans. That's how they presented to Jesus. That's why they put him up on a cross, put his arms out, but it's really the center of the body that you're focused on, which is the staff. This is wonderful when you come into an understanding of what it's representing. That spinal cord. Now, the connection between the limbic, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. The limbic is the overall emotional and memory brain. The cerebellum contains a level of emotionality, but other things are going on that I want you to look up and investigate. And then the brainstem, as you know, represents the fight or flight instinctive survival aspects of the brain. So the connection between these three brains, the limbic operating right here, middle brain, mammalian brain, the mammal brain, and the cerebellum, this part of the brain right here, purple color, and the brain stem, which is this part right here going down the back as the spinal cord. The connection between those three parts of the brain are captured within the Arabic glyph representing the letter Aleph. Now let's deep dive into some phonetics as we continue. The glyph, the picture language that's given to us in the Arabic glyph, Aleph, the first letter of the Arabic alphabet, is speaking to the connection between the limbic and, more importantly, the cerebellum as it is connected to the spinal cord. Let's see how that's done. I know a bunch of you right now are going, wow, if you haven't seen it before. So here is the brain, all of it as it's connected to that spinal cord, and it goes down the length of the spine. So here is the glyph for it. This is that cerebellum that's connected, comes from the brain. This is actually just the lower part of the brain. This is the limbic and the cerebellum connected. The limbic and the cerebellum connected to the spine. So the shape on top of Aleph is actually a truncated Ain. See the letter Ain on the right here? This is just a cut off version of that Ain. And you know, Ain and the Hamza also, which is this as a symbol, just this part, that's Hamza. That gives you the sound, just like Ain is also related to the pineal gland, which is situated in the area of the brain where the third eye, see, Ain means eye, the third eye. The pineal sits behind the third eye and is actually the elevation, represents the elevation of the third eye and its ability to gain insight into things. So the insight begins with the third eye and it is elevated by the pineal into an expression that goes way beyond the ability of any other creature on earth to achieve. We'll talk about that in a moment. Arabic letters are the products of man's imagination. I'm going to go a little bit deep, and I know you've never heard this before because I never heard it before Allah sent it to me. Not as a prophet, stop. As an inspired person, for sure. And there are thousands of us out here. You don't need a degree for it. You just need a degree of attention to the fitra. So Arabic letters are the products of man's imagination. They are not the direct creation of Allah. Listen carefully. Allah speaks about certain things in the Quran as being a part of the khalaq, the creation, natural creation, the part of creation that has been directly programmed by Allah. That's a different word. There's other things in the Quran, that Allah says are here, but they came here secondhand. Yeah. Go look at the story of the Khalifa, and I'm going to let you do the homework. I'm not even going to tell you what the word is, but there are many things that you think Allah is saying He created. He allowed it to be created, but it's secondhand, and therefore it has been influenced by an intermediary. Allah never says He created a Khalifa using the words khalaq or khalaqa, akhlaq. He never says that about the creation of the Khalifa. Go look it up. Maybe you'll have it by the time we have our questions and answers after this address. All right. So you have to understand that there are some things that are being influenced by other than the direct influence of the fitrah itself. And that's what makes it kind of iffy. in terms of its behavior. Makes it kind of strange to say that Allah is creating someone who could possibly create mischief and bloodshed. Is that the purpose of this creation? No, that's an intermediary position in the minds of men. Take the hill. It's like the Muslims did after they came out of Arabia, after the passing of our dear prophet. And they went into ancient Persia, and they went into Persia. Persia didn't invade Arabia. The Arabs invaded Persia. The Persians were perfectly situated and happy with their lifestyle and their Zoroastrianism and all of what they were doing and worshiping. And the Arabs came and invaded them and took their stuff, ganked them for their stuff, fought them 2 or 3 times straight, beat them, defeated them, and said, this land is ours, and you are now going to become Muslims under our leadership. And they said, okay, we don't want to fight you anymore. We keep losing, but we got scholarship here for thousands of years worth of scholarship here in the sciences. This is with ancient Persians, ancient Iranians. For thousands of years, we were teachers and scholars and inventors. And so I tell you what, since the people here that you want to conquer, our people now, since they're already familiar with us, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to give into this Islam thing of yours. But please, please, please allow us to remain the teachers, the mullahs. Let us be the imams over our own people. It'll make it easier on you to convince them of these new and noble ideas that you call Islam. So the Muslim leader said, that sounds right to me. Let's do it. So they allow these people to become their mullahs, the Persians, to become the mullahs, to become the main teachers of Muslims and newborn Muslims who were coming up in the society. But what the Arabs didn't realize is that these mullahs of Persia had made an okie-doke deal behind the scenes, behind the set with the hypocritical Arabs who were tagging along with the Muslims as Muslims that had converted in Arabia when the prophet came back triumphantly and kicked the butts of people who didn't want to conform. Said, you can't stay here. You can't stay here with your paganism. You got to leave Arabia. This is ours now. See? So those people were shaking in their sandals when they heard the prophet say that you have to either leave on your own. We'll give you a certain amount of time to stay and collect yourselves and get yourself together, but then you're going to have to go to the outskirts of somebody else's territory because you can't be a pagan here anymore. Your paganism is oppression. So those people took Shahada quick, fast. And I mean by the droves. إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحُ. They would say, when comes the help of Allah and the victory? وَرَأَيْتَ نَاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. And the people were seen entering the deen of Allah in crowds, in droves. This is what happened upon the triumphant return of Muhammad from Medina back into Mecca to deal with those pagan Arabs. So when they saw those armies coming after them, their best and brightest of their squad took Shahada. Even Hind, if you know anything about Hind, that woman, that evil woman, one of the companions was killed on the battlefield, so they say. And she ripped his chest open and ate his heart. She bit his heart. She just ate it. It's nasty. But that was her person. She converted when the prophet came back because she knew what was going to happen to her. It's sort of like, although not to the extreme, but when I hear about all of this Trump Biden stuff, and the possibility in every poll of Trump becoming the president again, these people know, these Democrats and these other people who are opposing Trump. Now, all of a sudden, look at the news. All of them are saying, well, he might not be such a bad choice because they know when that man gets back in office, some butts are going to be dusted. That's kind of the same thing. When these people in Arabia knew that Muhammad was going to become the de facto leader over Arabia, they said, we better get on that team and just hopefully we can buy some more time to strategize as to how we're going to reinstitute our paganism. We just have to wait him out and wait until he dies. That was their plan. So when he did die, These same pagans, they knew they couldn't just come back in and force the paganism back on these Muslims who were fervent. They were, oh boy, they were doing miracles after having been pagan worshipers just a few years before the message of Muhammad reached their ears. So they said, let's join with the Muslims. That's where the Surah Al-Munafiq came from. That experience of them coming back in, pretending to be believers until they could find enough time and strategy behind the set to reorganize themselves, gain a substantial following, and retake Arabia. How did they do that? By joining with the ancient Persians in a coup, an undercover coup, C-O-U-P. That said that once we become the mullahs in Persia, then we're going to get with you, Persians. We know you want your religion back. You want your pagan worship, your Zoroastrian, your Ahura Mazda worship of the sun and all. We know you like that. And you really weren't bothering us. So, I mean, tell you what, when we get what we want back in terms of the connection to the Arab paganism through the moon god, Hubal, who is also called Allah. The moon god of the pagan Arabs was called Allah. Do your homework. I'm going to give it to you in notes. Matter of fact, I'm going to send you these notes with the replay, if I remember. But they were already worshiping a god called Allah. How did Muhammad's father's name become Abdullah if Allah wasn't in the lexicon prior to Muhammad's birth? It was. It was there for hundreds, maybe thousands of years already. The word Allah, but not as the Quran gives that word. The word Allah that we use, you don't hear any elongation at the end of it, do you? Listen to Instructor Bilal carefully. I'm going to put on my Imam hat right now. I'm Imam Benjamin Bilal right now. The word in the Quran is to be pronounced Allah. That's it. Not Allah with 2 A's and 3 A's and all of that. Not Allah. That was the pronunciation of the pagan Arabs. And that Allah was the husband, the consort of another god, feminine god called Allah. That name is in the Quran. And both Allah and Hubal were the main character gods over the pantheon of gods in Mecca, 360 gods to be precise, that were placed in and around the Kaaba. So when they said Allahu Akbar, they were saying that this Allah that we're worshiping is greater than who? Than the 360 under him. He was the chief in the pantheon of gods. That's what they meant by Akbar. Akbar cannot be assigned to Allah because there's nothing to compare Allah with. So when you say Allah is greater, now you have to say greater than what? And as soon as you name the what, you've compared Allah to something in creation, and that's a no-no according to Surah Al-Ikhlas and much of the rest of the Quran. Kufuwan Ahad, there is nothing to be compared with his Ahad, with his uniqueness. That's why the Quran speaks about it in the story of Ibrahim. He's out there looking at the skies and he's noticing these orbs and these wonderful sets of lights. And again, he looks at the moon and he says, this must be my Rabb, this must be my Lord. And then he saw the moon wax and wane and then disappear for a day. He said, this cannot be my Rabb. Then he looked at the moon and he saw the moon wax. No, pardon me, the stars first. Yeah, he saw the stars, the stellar part of the universe, right? He saw the stars rise in the evening, but then he saw them set by morning time. He said, oh, this can't be he said, my Rabb is not one to set. Then he saw the moon and he saw it wax and wane. And he said, my Rabb, he's not one to disappear like that. Then he looked at the sun and he said, Hada Akbar. You see it, Akbar? See, Allah is showing you, he knew this point would come where they would confuse these words and give it to you and have you for better than 1,000 years worshiping the wrong concept. You're worshiping the pagan pantheistic God, Allah. that was introduced through some spurious hadith that all of you ended up believing in about how the adhan came. How come Allah doesn't tell you how the adhan came into play? Allah says in the surah called Al-Jumu'ah, he says, when the call to prayer is that's how they translate it. When the call to prayer is sounded, leave off the business, blah, blah, blah. How come he didn't use that moment when he said, when the call is made? How come that word is not adhan? The word adhan is in the Quran, but it has nothing to do with calling anybody to any ritual prayer. So this is your homework, learners, instructors, senior instructors, executive senior instructors, master instructor. That's what William Safir is now. He's a master senior executive instructor. Nobody else will probably get that title for the next year. He doesn't even know he got it because I'm just giving it to him. I work based on inspiration, my friends. Now, so the God that is Akbar is the Allah that was residing over the pantheon of 360 idols in and around the Kaaba that Muhammad himself came back into Mecca triumphantly. And with Bilal ibn Rabah by his side, he extricated those idols and he got rid of them, all of them. And I'm going to tell you something radical. Those idols, the pictures of those idols, along with the idols themselves, as you know, they were physically in the Kaaba and around the Kaaba. So Muhammad went busting them up one by one. And in the Kaaba, there were actual engraved pictures of Hubal, especially. You're going to see it as I descended down the page. There were these depictions people had etched in, carved into the walls of the inside of the Kaaba. You want to know why you're not allowed on the inside of the Kaaba right now? Why it's only special people in Arabia or from some other rich part of the world or whatever who have special privileges? How come if all Muslims are equal, how come they don't let you go? Are you right there going around and around and around? How come they don't do a tour? You know, they say, we're going to take you through the inside of the Kaaba now. No, they'll never do that because they don't want you to see what's in there. What's in there are the remnants of the three major tribal gods spoken of in the Quran. Look this up for yourself. I'm going to show it to you. Particularly Hubal, who's still in charge, whose etchings are still in Mecca, on the walls of Mecca. People don't even know what they're looking at. They're looking at Hubal with the crescent over his head, the star and crescent over his head of Hubal, whose alternative name was Allah, the moon god. That's how the Christians get you, because you don't know your deen. So what I'm bringing to you now is the necessary knowledge of the true history of how this terminology came into being. Once you know that and you lock it in, you're ready to lock and load against the people who want to argue with you concerning that. Because as it presently stands, they're right when they say Muslims worship a moon god. They are absolutely correct. Tell them Instructor Bilal said it, that I said the Muslims, they worship a moon god. They do. I didn't say we do. I said they do, because I ain't a part of that pagan worship. Hear me? That Akbar is the deity of the ancient Arab pagans, and they sought to reintroduce that paganism, but they did it this time through the close assimilation of words from Persian language, especially from Arab language, they even went into the Hebrew language to perform this magic trick. So many of the words that you are now pronouncing that you're thinking are Quran words are actually words out of Farsi, Urdu, an Indo-European language. It's not even a Semitic word. And we don't even know that we're doing that. We've been, as Malcolm would say, bamboozled, hoodwinked, kicked in the pants, as Imam Muhammad would say. And we think we're doing all of the right things with these rituals and these pronunciations and the tajweed, another word that's not in the Quran. Tajweed, we have tajweed contests now with all of our children and the adults to see who's the best pronouncer of. No, all of it is designed to cause you to subliminally worship Arabs. My brothers and sisters, I love them, but that doesn't excuse them from the grand trick that was played by those who know that they're playing a trick. I'm not talking about the innocent ones. I'm talking about the ones who mostly on top, who know that they've bamboozled and hoodwinked the entire Muslim world, and that they themselves are mostly the descendants of the monathic Arabs that went into Persia and combined forces with the Persians, and they adopted Persian concepts and imported it into al-Islam, such as the 5 daily salawat. That came out of Persia. Persians were already praying at those 5 times a day. But who are they praying to? Ahura Mazda, the sun god. Look this up for yourself, the sun god. So what were they doing when they were praying 5 times a day? They were following the 5 daily movements of the sun. Fajr, Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, Isha. The Persians had different names for them. They had Sanskrit names for them, but they're all exactly in the same places. And their rituals basically were the same rituals. From the standing to the sajda. They're still scratching their heads trying to figure out, well, they say Allah never changes his sunnah. So where was the salat system for Jesus? Where was the salat? It's not in the Quran. I'm not asking you to go to the Bible for that. I'm asking you to find how Jesus did salat in the Quran. Musa, where was his salat system in the Quran? If Allah's sunnah never changes, then Adam should have been doing this ritual prayer thing. Wherever you go, a prophet should have been doing that. Abraham, where was he doing all of those movements and all of that? I'm not saying they didn't make sajda and all these things. These things are genuine movements designed to increase the taqwa quality in a person. That happens. Just like you exercise physically in order for certain things. You do that sometimes just to feel better. People who are depressed, if they walk and look up, put their physical head up to the physical sky, they'll feel better. So certainly Allah has suggested certain physicalities and movements to increase whatever goodness that he has placed in the vessel, for sure, but not as a priority. No, he's done it as a suggestion and as a voluntary activity. So if you're still doing your physical salat movements, and I'm still doing mine because I believe they have tremendous value, but I'm not putting the priority on them that the Muslim ulama has told me to put on them. Stop and drop and all of that in the middle of important things that I'm doing, or trying to get some rest. I'm just getting over the flu or something, and the time for prayer, and I got to jump up now and throw water on my face, which is a no-no if you have the flu, and make all that and get down and make sajda and get so dizzy that I might not get up. And you think that's worshiping Allah? No, that's following the same footsteps of the pagan Arabs who were, again, reintroducing that pagan practice into the deen. So now as it stands, I'd say approximately 85% of what you're thinking is al-Islam is actually Islam. That's why they took the definite article off. They said, we know this is not the definitive Islam that Allah introduced through the Quran. This is the Islam that we invented. This is wonderful. Continuing. Now, this is grand, what I'm about to introduce you to. Again, Arabic letters are the products of man's imagination. Imagination. So it begins with jinn, not with nas. The intellect doesn't begin it with a nas. Nas means a nose, nosy, curious. You know, the human mind doesn't begin with that level of curiosity. It begins with passion. The baby has a passion. The baby gets a hissy fit if it doesn't get fed when it's hungry. See? If it doesn't get picked up when it's craving that kind of comfort and attention from its mother. So the human life is born more jinn than nas. As it begins to accumulate in intellect, that's when it begins to come into its nas stage, and it can become nasty or it can become nosy, as all toddlers do. The infant is not nosy. That's not the stage of nas that Allah created the human being to grow by. The infant is just passionate. As soon as it comes out the womb, all that passion, flailing arms, legs. So you got to calm it down. And you are placating its passions from that point on until it begins to gather information through its 5 basic senses and begins to learn to ask you questions once it develops a language system, which is what we're about to talk to now. We're still talking about Iqra, read, and what these 3 letters mean, Qaf, Ra, Alif. Listen carefully. So these letters, in fact, letters from all alphabet systems across the world are the products of man's imagination. They are not the direct creation of Allah. No language is. All sounds out of the human mouth are the result of humans experimenting with means of communication based on the environment and the need to improve upon their outreach to others like themselves. Boy, they look like me. When I look in the pond or in the river and I see my reflection, this guy has 2 eyes and nose, mouth, ears, torso. So I need to learn that this might be a good buddy for me. Maybe we can hunt together. So I better get to know him. But how am I going to get to know him if we can't communicate? Understand where this is going? Allah merely created the potential for the sound in the mouth. Allah did not create the alphabet. He did not create the words. He did not create the formation of certain words in certain languages, Italian language or French language or, whatever language. Allah did not create the words directly. They are secondary. As I mentioned about the Khalifa, his creation was a secondary creation. Weren't there people here before him called jinn? So his is a secondary creation. Even the Malaik were here, the angels. So the Khalifa wasn't here first. He's a secondary and actually a third creation. But if you just say jinn and man, as Allah puts it, Allah doesn't put angels in that group. He just says jinn wa nas, right? So that's the grouping. Now, Allah created the potential for the sound, the sound in the mouth, the 7 regions of the mouth that I've taught you about in Nunetics. Allah created those sounds. So when the baby comes here, on the bottom if necessary, the lungs become activated, and every single baby in China, Africa, Asia, Europe, wherever they're from, they make exactly the same sound because the sound is the fitrah. That scream that those babies do when they get here, and and all that other mumble jumble stuff that they say before they learn a language, all of that is a part of the fitrah, those sounds. But humans improved upon the means of communicating those sounds in the same way that you improve upon your front lawn by mowing it. You could let it grow, that's fitrah, but you'll have a jungle in front of your house. Nobody would be able to find your address. So if you would let it do what the fitrah allows it to do, your house won't be seen on the block, and people will complain about you from next door. Yo, would you please mow that lawn? So that's what we've done with communication. We have primitive or primal sounds that we've made in history as what they call cavemen. I don't believe all that foolishness, but still the primal people, I'm pretty sure now from my investigation that they began with utterances. Now let's improve upon this logic here. So humans could have done very well with the grunts and the groans and the gestures, and our transmissions could have remained universally understood on the most part. However, the desire to be distinguished and hold secrets from those unlike themselves is what led to the disparity of tongues. In other words, the desire to hide your communication from other people, from strangers, from people you never met before who you're just meeting. You don't want to let them know all of your secrets about, you don't know what they're coming there to take from you. So you don't want them to know everything you're talking about. It's why Pig Latin was invented on the part of African Americans and why Yiddish was invented on the part of Jews. Because they don't want to be in the public and have the person who's an enemy to them want to gank them for their stuff. They didn't want them knowing everything they were thinking. So that's why these variations, Allah says he created the variations in our languages and in our colors, right? There are variations throughout the earth on those themes. In the same way, alphabet systems were developed based on the creative imagination. Keep that word imagination in play. The creative imagination of humans once the intellect began discriminating for purposes of choosing the better over the worst when communicating ideas. That's the purpose of the neocortex brain, the moral and rational brain. It's created in order to differentiate things so that it can make a clear and decisive decision in terms of what to choose from. Muslim goes to dinner. The family member whose house it's in for dinner doesn't know any better, and she puts a piece of pork on the dinner plate for the Muslim. You don't catch a hissy fit behind that. You say, pardon me, ma'am, but my doctor told me that pork is not good for me. He's not trying to be offensive. He ain't going through no tirade about, you knew I was Muslim, putting this little damn pork. I don't want none of this. No. So could you kindly replace do you have any other kind of meat? Do you have, you have steak? Really? You got barbecue beef ribs? I wish I had known that. Can you kindly replace this pork chop or this ham hock? Whatever. With some of that, don't go through no major conniption with these people. Just have them. That's intelligence. See, that's what the moral and rational mind is here for. It doesn't go to Eve for that communication. It stays in Adam. It stays in the cerebral cortex. How beautiful, right? All right, now, here is the progression of my hypothesis. It began with gestural movements. Gestures simply means physical movements on the part of the body, on the part of the head, the eyes. You know how if we want to tell somebody, look over there, and we don't want people to hear us saying that, we just go. Those are gestures. When we point in a direction without saying anything, or we wave our hand to get somebody's attention, all of that are a part of the primal communication that humans had to first come into before the invention of language and language systems. So it began with the gestures, mostly with the hands. Once our hands were freed from crawling around or whatever we were doing millions of years ago, I don't know. When the hands became free, the mind became free. See? Yeah, when the hand became free, the hand represents symbolically your five senses. When your five senses became free to think and operate, that's when your life became free. If you were crawling around like animals, there was no time for the intellect to develop because you were too busy living the life of the animal and being on guard against other animals. But once you began to do what? Develop into qiyam, the feet, the balance, the equilibrium, that's when the mind became free. Because your hands now weren't busy trying to do what animals do with their fours, on their fours. These two hands became free. This is the real freedom. It freed the dome to think and reason and become more morally obligated to creation. So the second stage is the inarticulate sounds. Now, those sounds could be grunts, groans, and they're mostly open-mouthed sounds, which means they were mostly vowels. Even the monkeys are doing it. Those are vowels. No words. There were no words to be spoken yet. And then they had that along with the body movements. Oh, no. No, you've seen, I'm not sure what the politically correct term is for deaf people, but you've seen deaf people using gestures and sign language. And then at the same time, they'll be grunting and groaning. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody. I have people in my family who have these issues. I'm trying to show you how Allah teaches you, even in the modern times, about how human beings developed prior. The third stage is the introduction of consonantal combinations of two sounds or more, which began the formation of words. The introduction of consonantal combinations, meaning now the mouth had to come in contact with itself. It's no longer just speaking vowels. No, the mouth comes in contact to say ba. See, lips, consonant, B sound, t, t, ho, t, t, T sound. This is a developmental process taking place in the growing intellect of the human being so many years ago. So it went from vowels open to being consonants that connect sounds in the mouth. S, s, p, p, f, f. They connect sounds. That's what a consonant is. All vowels are open-mouthed sounds. All consonants are sounds that connect with some other part of the mouth in order to be pronounced. Ah, see, that's the ah, but it's connected to the F, which is a consonant. True for all consonants. All vowels in any language are open-mouthed sounds. All consonants in any language are connecting sounds. The vowels are feminine because they're open. Anything open or oval or round is a feminine principled thing. The consonants are masculine oriented because they come in contact with other things. And that's the role historically of the male. He was the one who was freed from the home, freed because he wasn't the one to get pregnant. See? So he was freer than the female to go out and collect and work and hunt and do all of these things. But in order to be truly progressive in doing those things, he had to come in contact with others like himself who had the same ambitions and the same whatever it was that they needed to feed their family, some bison and buffalo and whatever the small animals were. And it was much easier to do if you had 2 or 3 and 4 and 5 and 10 men going out to hunt than if you had just you. So the more contact he was able to make with other people like himself, remember now, the social man is what we're talking about now, the development from Nas, the curious one, to Insan, the socially oriented one, who's now encouraged to think. That's what Al Insan means, social man / thinking man, because the more you socialize, the more your rational moral brain is going to be challenged to think in ways that you didn't have to think in when it was just you and your little tribe, your little family group, or your little village. You didn't have to think as hard. You weren't thinking about somebody in the village going to war against you. You didn't have that concern. There are villages now, ancient people, who don't even have words in their vocabulary for war and hate. There are no words in their little local vocabulary. They haven't met the rest of the world for that to be a concern of theirs. Margaret Mead pointed that out to us. If you don't know who she is, M-E-A-D, last name, Margaret Mead. She's an anthropologist and she did tons of work in this area. She'd go out and discover, so to speak, these primal tribes. And she was with them for so many years that she was able to find out all of this information that, you know, they don't have words like F-U, you know, and bees and hoes, you know, they're these primal people, they don't have that, which shows you what? That the human being is not born a creature of aggression and sin and devilishness. And the human being is born Muslim. All right, let's continue. So consonantal combinations of 2 sounds or more. That's what began the formation of words. Next, the invention of letter systems, which preserved the meanings of important ideas that were being expressed as sounds. So the letter system was born in order to express important ideas, not frivolous stuff, things that you know somebody else needed to know, maybe for survival's sake, or to communicate a deeply held emotional thing that you wanted to say to somebody you were looking to get with and have a family by. You know, you had to have words for that. And those words were eventually introduced into a lexicon concept that began to provide letters and sounds and connections and sounds and meanings for certain sounds and consonants and vowels put together. And humans began to determine what those things meant. And that information could also be passed down to future generations. So when a baby is born, like we always do, even in our time, we say daddy. See, we're teaching them that. They would never learn that in the fitra if you just left them alone. But we say mama, you better say mommy before you say daddy. And I always tell you that the fitrah of the infant always says mom before it says dad or anybody else. Because if she's feeding it according to the fitrah, she's breastfeeding that infant. And when she breastfeeds that infant, she's feeding him because he's hungry. And when he or she gets hungry, they open their mouths and cry. So that's the ah sound, the open mouth sound. And then you've seen it 1,000 times and you've done it yourself. You put that nipple in that baby's mouth and the baby's lips just come down around that nipple and begin to So it went from ah to m. It went from the open vowel sound of ah, a, to the closed consonantal sound of meme or m. That's the word in most people's lexicon for mother. And for Muslims, it's right? My mother. Ummi, my mother. Jews, bunch of places around the world that I've studied in terms of their language, their word for mom has that M definitely deeply ingrained into the word. Natural, the fitrah is doing this, but it's a secondary teaching. It's not a programming, because you can deprogram them from any language and reprogram them for a different language. It's not in the fitrah of the genes, in other words. It's an intellectual construct when you're dealing with language and words. The only thing ingrained are the sounds, those 7 different parts of the mouth that speak various variations of sounds that we then put together. What a wonderful intellect this is that Allah gave us. So these words and meanings became known as language. Now, these bullet points that you've just seen are how every human being comes into language. Let's prove it. The Bible says that at one time, all people spoke one language. Then the tongues became confused, so says the book of Genesis. The Bible refers to this confusion by the word Babel. Some pronounce it Babel, the Tower of Babel, but most will say Babel. Both are significant as pronunciations. Babel is simply a code word for baby talk. In Arabic, the word bab means threshold. Muslims, it does not mean door. The word bab, you've been taught, means door. No, it means the threshold between 2 spaces where you would actually place a door, but it doesn't mean door. It means the threshold between the 2 spaces. The ancient Arabic word for door is dal, the letter D, dal, D-A-L, that's door. L interchanges with R, so dal is also door. Dal and door are also referencing the word dar, as in dar al-akhirah. We call it the home of the hereafter. We say dar means home. We say bait means house. That's even incorrect. But we say bait means house. Leave it at that for a minute. Bait is more of a temple, a place where you do certain practices to bring you into closer alignment with spirit or with a creator. The word for house is a different Arabic word. So we have to get all of this stuff straight in our heads. This is our future study, and you need to study hard if you intend to elevate yourself to the point where you'll become unmolested by the world and its misinterpretations of knowledge. So Babel and baby and Babel and Bab are speaking to the same thing. The threshold between two spaces. The infant mind begins passing over these thresholds. Remember, I've been teaching about instinct that develops into emotions, that develops into reason, rational. Those are thresholds. When Allah speaks about the nafs, which I told you is mostly related to how the intellect is developing, he begins with nafsin la'amara, the commanding soul, then it graduates to become nafsin lawama, the discriminating soul. Then it goes from there to become nafsin mutma'inna. They call it the soul at rest. It's not really resting though. It's preparing for what? For the Jannah. Read that part of the Quran and you'll understand immediately. Now, that infant mind is passing through or passing over thresholds at an amazing speed. And that's why you can wake up the next morning and go, did you hear say mommy? Because it happens quick. The infant's brain is so spectacular in terms of its quick development and all of the things it's learning, and it can't even speak. That's a sign also that if you shut up more than you talk, you'll learn more. Babies learn all these things without being able to speak back to you. It can't even tell you what it thinks about how dumb that was, that the thing you just said, or the thing you did, or the telephone call you had. Oh man, how could you speak to somebody like that? Baby can't say nothing back. It's a recorder. It's just recording. They say for the first 7 years of a life, the brain is really doing nothing but recording, 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 record. That's the best time to teach it. But we sit it in front of the television, in front of the shake your booty box music, and we wonder why we got knuckleheads by the time they're teenagers. Why we got dope smoking crackhead winos at 13 and 15 years old, because that's the bullshit you sat them in front of for those first 7 years, more than likely. Excuse me, expression. What else are they? They just want to give you back what they recorded from what you allowed them to be exposed to. That's your fault, parent. And then it's the fault of the parents before you. And all of these generations just losing the knowledge of human development. And it's truly, when you trace it all back, it's the fault of the social conspirators, because they did this to us consciously. They knew what they were doing when they set this plan into effect. But what are we going to do once we know it's a scheme and we're being given adequate information as to how to reverse these trends that are taking us out of life before we even have a chance to experience life? Most of us are just being born into a world and growing physically and then dying. That's it. No true human growth inside the vessel because of these social manipulators and their schemes. It's pathetic, but we can change it. The Quran is here to change it, whether they like it or not. They try to stop this. The Quran says it's like trying to blow out the light of the sun with their mouths. Imagine that one. So, passing through the thresholds at an amazing speed, the infant mind. At this point of development, all children begin learning as an oral experience, meaning an experience from hearing things, and especially hearing people, their parents, their siblings, people in the society when they go into the supermarket. The infant is just wide open for hearing things. You can see its eyes going back and forth, listening for sounds. Who's saying that? You know, what does this mean? You know, now what they hear becomes more important and impactful than what they see. See, when Muhammad the Prophet, now I'm bringing you some, yeah, I guess you might call it some weird kinds of connections, but you know, Instructor Bilal, when I find a consonantal connection, I milk it. And the consonantal connection here, pun intended, is that hearing develops in the womb before vision, before seeing. And Allah gives it in that order in the Quran. He says, we created you in the bellies of your mothers, hearing and seeing. Pay attention to the order that Allah has given. Hearing, and how could you not be hearing when your development, your gestation within your mother was in very close proximity to your mother's heartbeat? That's all you had in your ear. You're going to remember that beat because you can hear it. See? But on the most part, your eyes might not have even been open to, and if they were open, what are you witnessing right there in that tight water sack? You had to wait to come out here for your eyes to hit the light, and the light is what causes your eyes to develop more brilliant color, being able to see color spectrum. So you really didn't get your true vision. You're seeing black and white stuff when you're first born, and the vision has to come based on your introduction to sunlight. See? All right. So hearing came first is the point. Now, how do we deduce that from studying our deen? Well, think about the words that are being used by the scholars and others when they tell you that the beginning of Muhammad's journey into prophethood took place in a cave called Hira, Hira. Hira. All HR words, meaning words that have HR in them, no matter what's in between as a vowel, all of them represent first things first. Even the English word her, Her, the female. Yeah, she has to be first before you can have a baby. Be all the men you want, but she's got to be the one to get pregnant. So she's first. The feminine principle is first. The HR is in the word heart, the English word heart. The heart is the first organ to develop in gestation within the mother. The heart, not the brain. The heart is the first to develop. So what is Allah doing? He's teaching you priorities. So your heart is a priority. Hira was a priority, or else the revelation would not have descended. Not in that place. And her, she's a priority. The female and the feminine principle. So why are you treating her like trash? Not you, of course, and then none of you, but you know the people I'm talking about. No, first things are supposed to be treated as a priority. You had the ancient Egyptian mythology of Osiris and Horus. You see Horus, H-R, called Heru in the Egyptian language, H-E-R-U. Well, what did Heru do that he became noted for as a first thing? After his daddy was crucified by his enemies and cut up into, what, 14 different pieces, I think they said. And his wife, Auset, known as Isis, also in the Greek language, she sent a complement of soldiers and people to go find those parts of the body and put that body back together again. This is just teaching you their concept of how language formed. That's all. How language formed. Just like the same thing I've been telling you. The intellect is what divides and separates things. That's the chopping up of the body. Okay. Alsar, known as Osiris, is speaking to several things. And I know you can hear the sound of iris in Osiris, which is pointing to the eye. But see, the vision is not supposed to come first. So Allah took him out of the picture, or let's say the myth took him out of the picture, took Osiris out of the picture, Alsar, and it decided to do it the right way this time. And a baby was born from Auset, his wife, and they named him Heru. See, Heru, H-E-R-U, Heru. I know you're getting it by now. And he was the one to actually restore the integrity of his father's kingdom and bring all of that power and authority back into his father's control, into his control. He was the first one to do that after his father had been resurrected by his wife, Auset. Follow this logic to its logical conclusion. When there's a damsel in distress, as I've said on many occasions, the first person to arrive on horseback or however that rescues the damsel and unties her from the train track, you know, we got Simon Legree on the side waiting for the train to come to chop her into pieces, right? But who comes on the scene at that point? The hero. See, H-E-R-O, the H-R, the hero. If you come after the hero has been there and done what he's done, you don't qualify as the hero because you weren't first. You have to be first. Then in a wonderful stroke of the pen, the sonic pen, Allah gives us that word that I mentioned earlier, ruh, ruhun. And that's the R and the H backwards. The H and the R backwards is RH, ruh. But what is the ruh noted for? It had to be first. Allah said, when they asked that question, are you going to make one who's going to create mischief and bloodshed? Allah said, nevertheless, when I do this thing first, do what? Breathe into him of the ruh. You see that? RH, HR, they're both signifying the same properties, conceptually speaking. That's a masterclass that you need to take to understand that point. Now, what the infant hears becomes more important and impactful than what they see. If an infant sees pornography, for instance, on the television, which is what most of the programs are now, straight up pornography, it's a shame. If it sees pornography as an infant, it will have no impact upon the developing psyche because a sense of what is shameful has not yet developed. I think Allah puts that at 2 years of old or 3 or something like that. When they become toddlers and then they start to recognize shame, body parts. That's when the parents have to begin fully dressing in front of their children 4 and 5. Yeah, they're starting to develop a sense of shame. So that's later on in their development. But as infants, no, what they see is not as impactful as what they hear. So if that infant is in an area where a loud gunshot is heard, it could be much more detrimental to that child's developing intellect and emotionality at that tender age. Even before it learns to talk, walk, or anything, it could hear something that could almost affect it for years or maybe even the rest of its life. And it doesn't realize that that sound or those words or that vibration, that frequency has been lodged into the brain's web of emotionality and connectedness to traumatizing kinds of sounds and events that the baby will hear. The same effort, or pardon me, the same effect can result from continuous arguing in the home. See, we think because the baby can't talk back, it doesn't know what we're talking about when we cussing and fussing with each other in the house. As the human being continues to grow, visuals can take center stage. See, what you see then takes center stage as you grow. And the letters we use are as a result of objects we are witnessing in our respective environments. That's where the letters come from. When we begin identifying things visually, then the visuals take center stage, and the letters we use are as a result of objects that we're looking at. So that becomes A, like the Grand Pyramid in Giza in Egypt became the capital English letter A. You get it? With the crossbar. A. The testicles of the bull became the English letter B. It's just horizontal. In the English language, it's vertical with the 2 sacks. You turn that on its bottom, then it becomes the vertical line on top and the 2 sacks under. That was the testicles of the bull. Also, when it's standing upright, it's the pregnant, very pregnant woman with the breast on top and the bigger semicircle beneath that. That's the pregnant belly. That's our English letter B. Man, if you don't have my book called The N Word, which explains every single English alphabet in ways that you have never heard and will never hear if you don't get that book, go onto my website. I'll leave the information below or at the end of the video. The N Word. Now, going deeper into the water of controversy now. And this is for you scholars. I'm trying to help you. This is even how we got the glyph for the word Allah. The word that's in the Quran as Allah, single beat in the vowel Allah. The one that I said is a new word in the Quran. It's not Allah that they gave us from pagan Arab worship days. It's a brand new pronunciation for a word that you thought you were understanding. And trust me when I tell you that there are, I've told you this in the last few classes, there are several words in the Quran that are either pronounced slightly different than what the Arabs understood, or are totally new words into the Arabic lexicon, or are words that existed in the lexicon who Allah gave new meanings to, like taqwa. That's one of them. There are several of them in the Quran. So don't think the Quran is just a colloquial Arabic that the Arabs were speaking. There's no glorification of the Arabic language in the Quran. This is the language, the lingo, if you will, of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he used whatever he want to use. Now he's using consonantal connections so that our English can begin to understand on levels that maybe even the people who are reading the Arabic don't understand. I'm sure of that. The Arabic readers of the Quran do not have the insight into what the Quran is talking about. We have better insight, trust me, understanding the consonantal connections in English and in our respective languages, French even, Bantu. You're going to find wisdom in those consonantal connections that will bring you to a greater appreciation of the Arabiya that you read. Because the Arabic in the Quran is not a colloquial Arabic. The Arabic in the Quran is the language of the Fitrah itself. Araba, Arabiya, Ain, Ra, Bait. Ain, the eye, insight into what? Ra, the movement and evolution of something. What is it? Bait. What is bait? Creation itself, the home you live in, the house that you live on, this world and all of its fitral properties, all of that is bait. We call Earth the third rock from the sun, and it's our home. We say Earth is our home. So bait is just anything that, as you know, fills up, empties, and then refills. That's the Earth. How many generations from 2 centuries ago are still here? You got people who make it into their hundreds, but not as generations of old folk. So the Earth itself is bait. Bait al-Atiq, the ancient house. That's the Earth itself, when you understand. So this is how we get the glyph for the word Allah. The glyph was not revealed from heaven. Follow what I'm saying? This glyph was not revealed as revelation from the heavens, as the Quran is said to have been and is. It was due to the natural progression of intellectual stimuli, urging us towards better and better means of transferring and translating information. How precious that is. See, don't just listen to this replay once and say, I heard it already. Yeah, this is one that I usually listen to mine about 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times in a week. Because I'm teaching me just like I'm teaching you. And a lot of this is coming to me as I speak. Now, the Arabic glyph for the title Allah was more than likely an offshoot of the much older glyph found in ancient India, especially amongst the Vedic system people. Ancient India, which became the staff. Listen, our word, our glyph for the Arabic word Allah was also more than likely an offshoot of a much older glyph that is found in ancient India, which became the staff of the goddess, quote unquote, Shiva. Shiva. Both images are depictions of a serpent poised to strike. Let's look at it. You see that Arabic glyph of Allah. This is the head of the serpent. This is the body of the serpent. This is the tail of the serpent. And when it gets in that position, it's because it's feeling threatened and it is poised to strike. Let's go further. This is just a metal figure of a serpent that someone made, but you can see the same idea. Look at the Arabic glyph of Allah. Look at the actual snake. Poised to strike. Look at the body. The body becomes S-shaped or W-shaped. Then you got the tail at the end. Is this an accident? Why did Allah give us a symbol as revelation that looked like a serpent? I'm telling you, he didn't do that. Men did that. Allah gave us the sound. Men put together the glyphs, the pictographs, because they, on the most part, were constantly learning about what these things represent. And the serpent is not a bad thing. If it were, then Allah would not have put it in the hands of Musa. You get it? These other places, these other religions, these other mythologies give it to you as something evil, poisonous. No, that's not how Allah introduces the serpent in the Quran. In the Bible, it's a bad thing in some people's minds because he tricked Eve and all of that, and sin began and all that because of the serpent, but not in the Quran. Allah is correcting the image and the fitrah and the history of how these concepts are being used in the world. Wonderful. Now, look. There's the glyph of Allah again in Arabic. Look at where they put the aleph. Isn't that strange? If it's supposed to be pronounced first, it should have remained here. Look at what somebody did. They came along and they put the aleph, which is actually a staff. It's actually your spine. They put it in the middle, just like the picture that Shiva presents holding her staff. Tell me there's not a close resemblance there. I'll let you speak when it's time for Q's and A's. That's Shiva. Notice the crescent glyph on the right side, if you didn't notice it, of Shiva's head, and the serpent curled, look now carefully, curled neatly around the neck and the torso of Shiva. You might not have noticed that when you first looked at it. I didn't. There is no doubt about the many things Muslim scholars have introduced into quote unquote Islam from extraneous sources. You're thinking all of this came as revelation to the, no. Much of what was added to the deen was added from extraneous sources, in many cases, so-called pagan sources. So stop getting all bent out of shape about the Arabic per se. You know, if you have a good, what they call them, transliterations, when you take from one language and you put it in the letter system of your language, that's how I first learned Arabic. I went to the Yusuf Ali version of the Quran that had the Arabic, then it had the transliteration, English letters into Arabic sounds, then it had the English. And I learned by just memorizing the Arabic transliteration. It said, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. If I slowed it down enough, and then I listened to the Arabic and I said, okay, I can get a little closer because this is not perfect in pronunciation, the English letters. But you can learn any language by transliterating it into your language. If you have basically the same sounds. And like I said, the mouth can only pronounce sounds from 7 different compartments. So you just have to learn how to manipulate those sounds to get the effect that you're looking for from pronouncing that language, that foreign language. So just notice these things. Serpent around the neck and the torso. And now this is thousands of years. You can't say the Muslims got this from a part of it. You can't say that the Hindus and these folks here, the Vedic people, that they got this from our glyph of Allah. This is 1,500 years ago in your mind. This is thousands of years old. This culture, this glyph, this picture of the blue lady man, actually man lady. The star and the crescent itself is an offshoot of these ancient pagan moon worshiping cults. This ancient god was known as both Hubal and Allah. Follow this now to its logical conclusion. The star and crescent that the Muslims wear as rings and pendants and in the masjid and on the flags and all of that, that you think is an Islamic symbol, you're wrong. It is an offshoot of these ancient pagan moon. That's why these critics can keep besting you, you so-called scholars. You get in front of them and they run rings around you by showing you the connections between Allah and the moon god cult of these ancient societies. But you don't know how to just say to them, like I'm saying, that's not the same Allah. Ours is Allah, theirs is Allah. There's a difference. And if you can explain it like I'm explaining it, and you can because you're smart like that, there's nothing more they can say to you. Because you can go right into the Quran, the Kitab, the Mus'haf, and show them, say, find me the word Allah in here that's elongated by a dagger aleph. They go through all of the hundreds of them. That's it. They won't find one place where Allah places a dagger aleph like this. You see this? Well, let's get a better one where it's in the middle, like this one. See that over the little W-shaped thing? That's a shadda. It doubles the letter lam. This is a dagger aleph. The Quran has a straight line, fatha vowel, which means it's just one beat of pronunciation. Allah, that's it. This one is 2 beats, Allah. And then they have some, obviously, that are 3 beats and more because of what's called a medda. That's the one you're pronouncing in your adhan. Allah. Take a breath. Allahu Akbar. That one has a madda, M-A-D-D-A. So who's zooming who here, scholar? You better get on the good foot. So that star and crescent is from pagan moon worship cults, such as the one that existed in Arabia prior to the birth of Muhammad. And as I've always said, don't follow anything that does not support or respect Allah's fitrah. If you were looking up at this crescent as a moon shape in the sky, this is the 4th quarter of the crescent, this shape right here, this slither, this banana. That's why Imam Muhammad said, and take this off of your masjids. Take this off the top of your roofs of your masjids. He said, it ain't nothing but a rotten banana. Let me go deeper into what he might have meant. Look at the star. Now the star, look at the proximity of the star to the moon. We know in real life, this moon is a circle. It's not a slither, it's a circle. And this part is dark at that particular time of the month. So if it were dark, this star and its light would not be able to be placed in front of that circle because the stars are further back in space than the moon. This means that the star would have to be in front of the moon physically for it to get this shape. You never see this shape in the fitrah. You see a star that might be up here in that region, but never in this proximity, because it means now that the fitrah has lied. And if you understand their symbology, and when I say they now, I'm talking about the scholars, the so-called scholars, they know that the moon in scripture represents prophecy and the prophets, the moon. And they know that the stars in their ideology represent the scholars themselves, the mystics. So look at what they're saying with that in mind, that the mystics in Islam, the scholars in Islam, the ulama, and whoever you think of the scholars, I hope they're hearing this. It means that whoever designed this designed it to suggest that the scholars are actually in front of the prophets. They supersede the prophets. Now you can see why it was so easy for them to replace the Quran with the hadiths, the words of men. Now you see why it was so easy, because they had this. They were perpetuating this idea for years after the prophet passed. Let's make ourselves the front runners of this thing called Islam. Let's jump in front of the prophet. We can't have them referring to the prophet in the Quran. We have to have it so that we are front and center, so that when they have a question about anything, they refer to us because we are the shining star. That's enough on that. I think you got the message. So this is Hubal. This image is Hubal. And this is the image that was inside of the Kaaba and still remains on certain sections of walls within Saudi Arabia, around where you make the Hajj. Because you don't know what it is, you don't recognize it for what it is. And you can clearly see the crescent here underneath and the star. So this star and crescent thing is nothing new. It didn't begin with Turkey. No. This is on the etching. These are the etchings on the clay tablets of the ancient pagan Arabs. Different angle, different position. This is Hubal again. Here's the crescent and the star again. These are the people giving worship to it. Worship, ritual prayers and worship to the god Hubal, Hubal. I can tell you a lot about that word and how it's consonantally connected to other words in the Quran that will just pull all of the covers off of it. But that's not for tonight. See the crescent there? Same thing, worshiping the god Hubal. This is Alat. This is the other one. You know, these are these three that the Quran is speaking about in the Quran. So look at what it says. The crescent moon shown above the altar in this seal is the symbol of the chief Babylonian god, Sin. So this came out of ancient Babylon, ancient Babylonia, which was also the chief god worshipped in ancient Arabia at the time of Muhammad. The crescent moon still symbolizes the Arab Islam moon god renamed Allah. Now getting back to the conclusion of the letters that form the word Iqra, and we'll be finished for tonight in the presentation, and we'll open up for just a few questions and answers. Make sure it's a question. You should be putting them in the chat box as we speak. I don't want a whole lot of free for all just talking tonight. I want questions related to what we're learning tonight or what we learned in this series, so the people out there can see that you're getting it. So here you have, of course, the profile of the human head with the brain. You have where the pineal gland is situated. You have where melatonin takes place. You have the sun and its light coming into the eye, into the iris. And then you have the moonlight also serving to regulate the time cycle of the human body itself, how it affects the neural system, the nerves, the central nervous system, yada. So this is Aleph that you're looking at. This is the spine going up the back as it connects with the lower part of the brain. Great stuff. Yeah, great stuff. And this is that same brain and spine. This part of the brain we're talking about is this, right? Cerebellum connected to the spine, going down. That's all Aleph is. Show me something else that resembles Aleph as closely as what I'm showing you. And a lot of people don't want to accept it, maybe. Not a lot, but I think some people might not accept it because they didn't learn it in Arabic class, or they didn't learn it in the masjid, or from, you know, some Islam teacher or something like that. They didn't learn it from a qualified scholar. So they don't believe their eyes. They think their eyes are lying to them. So they can't unexplain it. But at the same time, they refuse my explanation for it, not realizing that what Allah is doing for us is grand and spectacular. It's going to explode in a wonderful way in 2024, I believe, where people, scholars, schools, colleges, universities around the planet are going to recognize the importance of Nunetics. I feel it coming into, I'm not a prophet, And I'm not giving you any guarantees. Allah is the one who knows best. But I'm telling you, I feel something in my spine up alongside my nervous system that tells me, Bilal, prepare, and prepare the people who are sincerely devoted to this language system called numetics. Because what's about to happen, William was trying to drop some of it on you, and these are from indications that are based on what people who are joining us and people who have heard of us, who are not regulars necessarily, but they are people of very high stature, academically speaking, and they are marveling at this numetics method. And I'm just looking at the timing over the years I've been teaching and how it's constantly unfolding like a Fitzroy flower bed. After having placed the seeds there and given them what they need for the continuation. That's what makes this so grand. So as I say, stick and stay with this method. It's going to benefit you. Even if you're a passive participant, this is still going to benefit you. Yeah, there are people who don't go pick the flowers, but they have access to the aroma, and it still makes them feel good. That's what this is. Now, continuing and completing and concluding, I should say. The Arabic letter Ain. Remember now we're talking about Ain, Ra, Ikra, Qaf. Yeah, now, so this is the last three of the letters. There's Qaf, we explained that. There's Ra. Did we go through Ra? I'm not sure. We'll catch up with it. And then there's Ain, Qara'a. And this is easily transformed into Aleph also. So that's probably why I put it here. Because Aleph, as I mentioned, is merely, this stem here is merely what they call the chair for Ain. This is the top part of the letter Ain. You'll see it in a moment. So the Arabic letter Ain means eye, as we've stated. In the brain, Ain is situated as a third eye buried beneath and behind the skull's two eyes. So your skull has two eyes, and Ain is this third eye region here beneath, which is being protected, the pineal gland, that little piece-shaped, bean-shaped object back there. It's not receiving any light. It's buried as though Allah doesn't want you to discover it, because you got to be really on your stuff to be able to manipulate this gland for all of its wonderful benefits. So we have the pituitary and the pineal glands. Once again, pituitary is the feminine principle, pineal or pineal, as some people pronounce it, masculine. So the pineal is this, the pituitary is that. Both of them send down oil products, OIL products, that secrete and go down the spinal cord all of the way to the last portions of the spine, that area right there. With the action of the mind, actually, concentrating, contemplating on a particular set of thoughts, that oil that runs down the spine, down the back of the spine, down the cord, in another system is called the Ida or the Ida and the Pingala and the Sushamna. The third one is Sushamna at the bottom of the spine. When concentrating on certain thoughts, certain what we would call now prayers, certain requests, certain levels of growth, spiritual, mental growth, when you learn to concentrate on those mantras, dhikr, we would call it in the Quran, when you learn the proper method for doing dhikr, it's that energy that serves to route those oils, those two oils, so that when they reach the bottom of that chakric system, there's actually a momentum that builds from the bottom that sends those two oils back up to the roof, to the pineal gland. It's wonderful. This is depicted in the story of Santa Claus coming down the chimney and then going back up the chimney. Notice the chimney at the bottom is fire. Yeah, that's what these chakra systems represent. Fire, heat. Oh, this is so great. Yeah. So what do you think one of the meanings for Salat is? There's the word Salah and Sali. And Sali means to roast. It means fire. Allah uses that word in the Quran to talk about you'll see it in a moment. I have it in the ayat, talking about people who will be roasted. But Allah is using the same root letters for the word Salah. And we'll see why that is. So we have all of these activities taking place. Study these, please, independent of me. Now, in the King James Bible, in Matthew 6:22, it says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, not dual, single, thy whole body shall be full of light. That's wisdom from the Bible. The Quran also speaks about the single eye, which is a reference to the pineal gland and its ability to override the limited vision of our two physical eyes and its concentration and dependency on five senses and sentiment. That's what these senses are doing. They're depending on five senses, five sense perception, and how we feel about it when that information reaches the nervous system. Five senses and sentiment is what these visionary tools are registering in the psyche. But that third eye and that pineal gland that's lodged immediately behind the so-called third eye area of the brain, that's the single eye that will bring you into whole light, enlightenment. But you have to be one, I said, when that oil reaches the bottom chamber, you have to know how to do the proper contemplation, concentration, and meditation. That's what Salat is. You'll see it explained very clearly in this new book. The True Meaning of the Salat, Volume 2. Concentration, meditation, contemplation. When you learn the science of how to do all three of those and what each one of those three is regarding, you're going to come into, and you have to do it as a practice. So yes, Salat is a practice, but it's not the ritual prayer that you've been doing. Look at those three words: concentration, centration, central, centered. It's speaking to something in the middle. What does Allah say? And guard, Salatul Wusta, the middle Salat. Concentration, central. Meditation, medium, middle again. Contemplation, template. That's where it begins. Your journey along the road of as-salat begins with contemplation. You have to first develop a template, a mental template for where it is you want to go, what it is you're asking for, what it is you're trying to accomplish, what kind of protection is necessary to make the next advancements past these enemies. Allah said that people didn't become unsuccessful until they had first left off, abandoned as-salat. The Muslims who were under Muhammad the Prophet and the immediate ones after his passing, they were tremendously successful on the most part. We're talking about the ones now who established the sciences, all of these things that they're calling Muslim inventions, all kinds of scientific tools. Those were Muslims who understood what as-salat means because they visualized the template for it first. You got to understand this thing about visualization and the imagination that we've been talking about. You have to first visualize what it is you want, how it is you want it, what it is you're going to do with it, and be very, very precise and concise in your depiction, your mental depiction of what we're talking about. You have to create a template. If you don't know what template means, look it up. You can see in the word temp, and you know temp is also connected to temple. Go study what your temple does. If you don't know, ask Elijah Muhammad why he named his houses temples. And then later he named them mosques. And then he went back to temples. But I don't think he did it because of what I'm telling you. It was, I told you, Bait is a temple. It's not a house, it's a temple where certain things are carried out routinely for certain effects. Bait means temporary residence. You don't stay there. Bait, you just go there for some rest and relaxation. And you do that overnight. That's when the pineal and the melatonin and all of that is activated in the nighttime mostly. So you just reside there overnight until you gain the energy source. You tap into the energy source that allows you to do these wonderful things that people can't explain. First time things. See, Nunetics is a first time thing. The understanding of letters has been here for thousands of years, but not as a Nunetics method. Not by that. This is brand new on planet Earth. I'm convinced of that. And you are now enjoying and learning this method that you're going to be, if you stay with it, you're going to be in that group that makes history. Trust me, I'm not just blowing smoke, as they say. This is for real, for real. You are in the process, know it or not, in the process of making history into this new world that many people now are talking about. Imam Muhammad talked about it. He said, I know what they say about the New World Order. He said, but what I'm saying to you is that Allah is going to introduce his New World Order using their hands. So what you're seeing now of all of this confusion and warfare and all of that, and rumors of wars and all of that, is that going out of the old system. It's the leaving of, but a lot of casualties are going to be left behind. And the casualties will be mostly people who are uninformed. So that, as a true practice, as a true routine that's done routinely in your life, allows you to bypass the foolishness of this world. You won't have to worry about it. You'll see it. It'll be right there in front of you. But as Jesus said in the Bible, you can be in the world and not of the world. That's the level you should be reaching for. I'm trying to give you the proper encouragement. No fear, no grief. That should be your mindset. For the faithful, there's no fear, no grief. And that's amongst the Christian, the Jew, along, he puts us all in, he puts the Sabian in that. And on them, any who believe in Allah in the last day, the day of consequence, that's where we are right now. There shall be on them no fear, no khawf, nor grief. What is fear? Fear is just your nervous system quivering about things that are floating around in your mind that you think are dangerous. And it hasn't even happened yet. That's what fear is. Oh, if I do that, he might do this. If I do this, he might do that to me. It hasn't happened yet. Grief is based on things that have happened already, but that you're not supposed to stay stuck on. Yeah, okay, this close person to me passed, died, or whatever. My homeboy, he just died. I'm grieving, yes, but not forever. Come on, I got work to do. So grief is temporary. And the word that Allah uses for grief is a temporary word. It's a verb. The word he uses for fear is a noun, and nouns are permanent. What does that mean? That fear will always be with you, but Allah allowed us to be able to manage our fears so that they don't take us into the basement level of our chakras and go into survival mode. We become serpents in our execution of what it is we need to do. Everything is an emergency. Everything is a survival technique that we need. Anytime we look at somebody, we're looking at them for what we can get for our survival's sake. You're not supposed to do that. Fear and fire are actually the same word. It'll eat you up, spit you out as ash. Now, enough of that. So here's the surah that speaks about the single eye. Listen carefully. I'm going to go through this kind of fast. The mutual rivalry, this is Surah 102, beginning with ayat 1. The mutual rivalry for piling up, and they insert the good thing. Be careful where they put these brackets. Piling up the good things of this world diverts you from the more serious things. So this is a rant against material accumulation, which they wanted the Muslims to begin to poo-poo because they wanted to collect the material things that you were possessing. So the mutual rivalry for piling up the goods of this world diverts you from the more serious things until you visit the graves. Al-Maqabir. That's where they get the English word macabre. Macabre. Kala sawfa ta'lamun. But no, nay, you soon shall know. And it didn't say the reality. Thumma kala sawfa ta'lamun. Again, you soon shall know. Always be aware when Allah repeats a thing, it's for a purpose. We're not going to go into all of that deep science tonight. We're just going to get to our point. كلا لو تعلمون علم اليقين. Nay, were you to know with certainty of mind, then they put in brackets, you would beware. Because they're trying to scare you. I can hear them listening at this now on YouTube and going, that brother is corrupting the meanings of the Quran. Let them keep thinking that. The Quran is good news through and through for those who are faithful. It's a warning for all of the rest of those guys. But for you, it's good news. All through and through, good news. Now, so what is this saying? You shall know with certainty of mind. Al-yaqeen. You shall certainly see hellfire. It's called Jahim. You shall certainly see hellfire. They're telling you that the Jahim is hellfire. I'm telling you that Jahim is related to the fire that is brewing in the bottom chakra that we spoke about. Yeah, you'll certainly see that for sure if you're practicing this single eye technique that Allah is about to introduce you to. Then Allah says, again, you shall see it with certainty of sight. Ayn al-yaqeen. That's what I wanted to get to. Ayn, I, not aynain, not the two eyes of certainty. Single eye of certainty. You shall see it with the single eye, third eye, pineal eye, whichever way you want to swing it. It is what is called al-yaqeen. It's beyond you just knowing something intellectually. It's a graduation of the intellect into that part of the mind that communicates with the cosmos that we've been discussing for the past several weeks at least. And you have to know how to acquire that frequency. That's what Salat is designed to do specifically. We'll be talking about that. Then shall you be questioned that day about the joy. Then they say ye indulged in. Allah didn't say that. Allah just said joy. And al-na'im. You know what na'im is? Na'im is the level of discipline that the human mind and soul comes into that serves to civilize human life and human behavior and human activity. Na'im is from a word, a verb that also gives us the word for cattle, the sixth surah. Ni'ma, na'am, and na'am, the sixth surah, the cattle. So you would say, well, what does that have to do with being civilized if it's talking about an animal? Because it's only talking about those animals that can be civilized. It's only talking about the animals that can be domesticated or trained. It's talking about your human life and what's necessary for your success and survival. See? So Na'im, Allah speaks about it in Al-Fatiha. Surat al-Ladina an'amta alayhim. An'amta, that's from ni'mah, Na'im, same thing. The path of those who have had the ni'mah upon them. See? An'amta alayhim, upon them, as a responsibility. So human beings have a responsibility to learn discipline. And this is past tense in Al-Fatiha. It means that your guidance, your hudan, is based in people who came before you. So study the people before you who became disciplined. Study the people before you who became civilized. Stop taking your example from the gangbangers, young man. Take your example from those amongst your people, your ethnic group, your kaum, who displayed great courage in the face of overwhelming obstacles during slavery, during Jim Crow. When people still came out and had dignity, they still went to church, they still believed in God. They didn't go shooting up their own damn communities. So don't go looking at them for no examples of how to be. You're going to end up what they were because you are sending out the same frequency, and matching frequencies always attract and bring those same elements together. And that's when the bad things happening that you need to be warned against. Other than that, good times for all who participate in good frequencies. You keep thinking about something bad going to happen, guess what's going to happen? Something bad is going to happen because you keep thinking something bad is going to happen. That's how the universe works. If you don't know how the universe works, you don't know anything about Allah's malaik, his angel. You don't know how they've been advised or commanded, actually, by Allah to sakhara their utility to you. They say, you want this? You got it. You want bad things to happen? You're participating in frequencies over and over again, frequently. The frequencies are done frequently. You're commanding and marshaling those energies and those vibrations and those forces to come visit you and visit you frequently. And you're the one who ends up on the wrong side of the road when all is said and done. And I'm saying that to you who are intentionally doing wrong, but I'm especially saying that to you, to those of you who keep running into problems. As innocent as you are, as loving and caring as you are, your life keeps becoming riddled by misery. And I'm saying, without pointing out any specific names or people, and I'm speaking first and foremost to me, I'm saying that when you keep entertaining those ideas to where they become lodged into your subconscious mind, that middle brain, that Eve in you, that mammalian brain, that limbic system in you, and they become lodged there as memories, long-term memories that you keep revisiting. You keep revisiting. You keep revisiting through your language. You revisit them. Well, for as long as you revisit them, you're keeping alive. You're kindling the fire, the bad fire that will allow for those things to keep resurfacing. There's a science to this life, and you have a control over your situation and circumstances so that even if bad or negative things happen around you, it does not necessarily have to affect you. But if you keep revisiting it as something negative, revisiting it as pain and suffering and all of that, that's what you're going to have for the rest of your life, not because Allah doesn't like you, because you don't understand you. Let's hurry up and finish with this so I can hear the replay. Hold on. All right. So then shall you be questioned that day. And believe me when I tell you, these are severely erroneous translations, but we work with them. You shall be questioned that day. See, Yawma idin. You shall be questioned on that Yawm. You know what a Yawm is? Y-A-W-M as an Arabic word. It means day. D-A-Y. But on a more important level, it means any era that begins to dispel darkness and bring in a new light, a new sun, so to speak. So we determine a new day based on a new sun. And a new sun, for most people, is a great thing. Yawm al-akhirah, Yawm al-qiyamah. You're thinking these things are things that you're supposed to shudder over. No, it's a new day. You should welcome a new day if you've been doing right. Now, if you've been doing wrong, you don't want that kind of light on you. Those are the people who shiver and shake in their sandals. But if you've been trying your best to be an upright, decent human, no matter how much education you've had, no matter how much money you've made, still in your essence, when you go out and meet and greet people, you're still kind and loving and warm and supportive and helpful. Man, ain't nothing waiting for you but Jannah in this life to begin with and extending into the next life. So the Arabic letter Ra, which we didn't go over yet. We went over Alif and Qaf, Qaf and Araf. Now Ikra, Qaf, Ra, Ah. Okay, this is the Ra. Ra equals the conscious mind. I think I might have discussed it in last week's class, I'm not sure. But the English word read, R-E-A-D, is related to the word read. We're talking about Ikra and how they translated it as read. Well, that read in their lexicon also means red, R-E-D, the color. Red is a symbolic code word for blood. It's been that way through the English language forever. Red is a symbol of blood. What is blood? It's a symbol, as I've told you, for social life. Why social life? Because the blood runs through the entire body, distributing its nutrition to every available pocket of the human body. So that's what social means. It means that you're out and you're servicing the needs of every participant in that society. That's what the blood does. All of the way down, as I say, to your tippy pinky toe. It gets its share. It doesn't get what the heart gets or the lungs or the spleen or the bladder, but the pinky toe gets enough to keep it comfortable. If it doesn't get that little bit of blood that keeps it comfortable, it will develop arthritis. Arthur will come visit you in the hand. Oh, I got arthritis. I got Arthur. Arthur come to visit me. I can't, do this with my thumb because you got an issue of blood distribution. The blood in your body is no longer being as sociable as it used to be when you were younger. So blood is a symbol of the social life. Those who bond together or coagulate. That's what the coagulation of the blood is all about. That's what alaq is speaking to. The coagulation of your social concerns with people who share your concerns. When you get together and you let that flow, the whole body becomes more comfortable. If you don't let those social interests get their way and become instituted in your life, in your community, then the whole community begins to suffer, as you see all over America as we speak. The blood, the social life of America has coagulated. It's just become clumped up. So coagulate means to clot. Now you see where they get the idea that God created us from a clot of blood, congealed, become curdled, change from a liquid into a thickened mass to make a clot, to make it a clot. And the rest of that we don't need. But now qaf followed by ra, as in ka, ra, ah, the root letters for ikra, qaf followed by ra indicates a movement from the subconscious mind into the conscious mind. How beautiful it is. This is what reading truly is, and we'll continue. No, we won't. This is part 4 conclusion, so there's no continuation of this topic. If you need to email me, do so at cosmicquran1@gmail.com. But let's go back to look more clearly at this Qaf Ra connection in the brain or in the mind, or whichever way you want to read that. So look at this. All right. So your 5 sense perception brings information into the conscious part of the brain. You become aware of things on the 5 sense level. What does it do with that information if that information is repeatedly presented to the conscious mind? The conscious mind says, I only have so much space in my RAM. So I have to pass that information on to the memory bank because it's important for me to remember this thing. It's important for me to remember my phone number, emergency numbers, my relatives' addresses. It's important to me for to remember. So I put that in my long-term memory. Where's that long-term memory? In the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is represented by which one of those letters again? Off. That which is given to the back of the brain. Off. You see, even the Arabic letter Qaf could have given birth to the English word cough, C-O-U-G-H. I don't know if it did. I wasn't there, but I'm just using my intuitive senses right now, because the letter cough represents the cerebellum and the back of the brain, and also parts of the middle brain, the subconscious brain, the memory, emotions. Now, when you need to remember something, where do you go get it? You get it from that part, from the cough. See? You get it from this whole section, from the cerebellum and also from the limbic. And then what do? You cough it up. You cough it forward back into the conscious brain, back into the cerebrum. You call it recollecting. When you have to remember something, take it out of the memory bank and put it back on the counter where the person who came for that information can utilize it. Morally and rationally utilize it. So that information comes from the cough section, and it's coughed back into the raw section. Ra represents the front of the mind, the front of the brain, the top part of the brain. Ra always means things that are rising, like the sun god in ancient Egypt. Ra, that was this rising sun, different points of rising. Ra, Aman Ra, this Ra, the other Ra. Ra is always, Allah says, Allah uses the word Ra also. Ara, Ara, وَأَرَأَيْتَ نَاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ. When you see visually in front of you this thing happen, Allah speaks of it as Ra. The head itself is called Rais, in Hebrew, Raish. There's a group of people in the history of this deen given a whole surah called Quraish. Quraish. Oh, we got some mileage to gain in this Nunetics method. It's not some tribe in the middle of the desert 1400 years ago. It has nothing to do with that. This Quraysh we're talking about. The Quraysh are felons in the history of the Muslims. They're not good people necessarily, even though the Prophet was born in that tribe. But why would they have such an exemplary surah? The protection of the Quraysh. Li'ilafi Quraysh. For the protection of the protection throughout the winter and the summer and blah, blah. When they go trading with the caravans, they were dealing with bullies and gangsters and gangbangers. And Allah says, I'm going to protect them. As they go do their material bidding, they're swapping and they're selling and they're buying of stuff. The trade route that they're using is notorious for gangsters. Allah saying in that surah, I'm going to protect them. You think that's talking about the Quraysh of 1400 years ago? No, there's another journeying that's taking place right here of ideas. That's what Allah is protecting. Oh, we'll go into that at some other point. Just things for you to chew on for now. The journeying throughout summer and winter. Oh man, this is so juicy. All right, so that's reading. Taking something from Qaf and sending it to Ra, and then establishing it within the nervous system, which runs along your spine, the Aleph. So it's from here It shoots back up to here for conscious memorization and utilization. Once you decide how to utilize it, then it becomes a part of your central nervous system and what it needs to do to get that plan done. I don't know if it can be explained to you any easier than what I just gave you. You have to study it though. Inshallah, William will remind me to include these notes in the replay. All right. So that's called that's reading. Reading is not visualizing words on a page. That's not what Iqra is, I should say. It's not visual. It's not doing what you do when you go to school and read, or when you read your newspaper, or when you read the physical book, the kitab. You can, okay, I'm finished with that, sir. I mean, that's reading in the mundane world. That's not what Muhammad was doing when he received the message to Iqra. That's a command verb. That's a command word, Iqra. You don't have no choice in that when Allah sends you that kind of message. So they say he said, I can't read. So he didn't get it. And then the angel, started, gangster, and he did a gangster move on. They say he said gangster, and started choking him. Now, if you believe that part of it literally, again, you're a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You believe that Allah sent an angel to put his hands on Ahmed. Yes, that was his name at the time, Ahmed. He wasn't even called Muhammad at that point. Muhammad is a title. And you believe that Allah sent an angel, and he sent him to ask this man to do something that Allah knew he couldn't do. According to your scholars, you say he couldn't read. I beg to differ with that, but that's what you guys say. He couldn't read. And Allah's going to send an angel? That kind of powerful force to get him to do something that was not in his, ability? And the best he could do, he didn't say, okay, well, I'm going to teach you how to read because obviously you don't understand. No, he threw his hands around that man's neck and started choking him. And he did it 3 times. You don't understand mythology. Everything in mythology is done 3 times. From your 3 little pigs in the riddle of, whatever, all of these things are representing trinities. Brahma, Vishnu, all of these things are given to us in history and in mythology and in religion as 3s. The Trinity of Christianity, Catholicism. You don't understand what 3s mean. So Allah comes behind that to explain it to you by giving us the 3 levels of the nafs. He's correcting the logic of what they have screwed up as information that was originally designed to fortify the human soul and the human intellect. They started using it just as ritual information, things to know. Allah made the correction. So I've given you more than you bargained for tonight. And inshallah, we're going to open up just for a few minutes. I'm going to see if anybody put any questions in the chat box. Yes, there are some. So let me deal with those first. And I'm trying not to be that much longer. I didn't intend to keep you this long. Some people want to be with their family when the new year comes in about an hour. So I respect that. So let's get through this, or I might just even save all of these questions. Executive instructor, Patricia, she's going to send me these questions. So I think just out of respect for you and respect for my waning voice and respect for my family who's downstairs waiting for me very patiently, I'm going to save the questions. We'll deal with the questions separately, probably at the beginning of the next class, which may be during the week. So we'll let you know. I think that's fair. I don't think any of you would have a problem with that. Okay. Okay. Has to be recorded. Oh, okay. He's answering somebody. Okay. So I think that's enough for tonight. If you agree, just shake your heads.
Praise be to Allah. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm still going to allow you to introduce yourselves, but I won't entertain the questions right now. Okay. So let's try not to run into each other. In fact, I'm going to call you. I have your names here. So when I call you, just let me know that you're present and accounted for. I think I have, let's see how I can get, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on one moment. One moment. Still learning this technology. Okay. So we know that William Safir is here. I'm looking at Hadia Ansari. Are you present?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, I'm present.
Alaikum salam. How did you ladies stay so vibrant and beautiful this time of night? I'm not understanding.
I'm about to pass out, brother. I don't know.
All
But I enjoyed the lecture. I really did.
right. So don't pass out on my watch. I don't want them
Oh,
blaming
well.
me. All right.
Okay.
Next in line, we have a number that begins with 415533. Who would that be? Jesse, since you're in the picture, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Jesse from Raleigh, North
All right.
Carolina.
My almost neighbor. I moved, so I'm a little bit further away from you. I was up the block from you last time. So thank you for being with us. Okay, let's continue to go. Amir Elamin. Amir, are you hearing me? If not, we have to move on. Adila. Adila.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How are you?
Doing very well, alhamdulillah. How are you?
All right. I'm very well. You can tell from the spirit of this information, I'm doing all right.
Yes. Thanks so much for the
Yeah.
message.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Ahmed Hassan. Ahmed Hassan going once, going twice. Got to pass you by. Amina. Amina going once, going twice.
Amina said she couldn't hear anything. She had a problem with her computer.
Oh, okay. All right. So she'll get the benefit of the replay then. Thanks for that. Okay. Arlene.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam. Where's your
I
bright,
am
beautiful
here.
face? Where's your
Go
bright,
ahead.
beautiful? Oh, stop playing with me now. Where's your picture? You got the
Yes,
rollers
brother.
in your hair? What's going on?
It's
I
all
ain't gonna
good.
mess with you. I ain't gonna mess with you. I appreciate you
All right.
being here. All right, thanks. Ezekiel Abdullah, my buddy.
Alaikum.
Alaikum salam. What's cooking? Good looking?
I got it all in the pot.
I know you do. I know. I've been watching you. And I need to talk to you probably tomorrow to discuss some other things that I need to send to you.
Yes, sir, for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Here we go. All right. My brother, Gary Wayne, are you with us?
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. My friend, how are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. I was glad to see you pop into the class.
Yes.
Always happy to see your name.
Yes, sir.
All right. Kareem Abdul Salam, I know you at one point.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How are you, sir?
Doing very well. Thank you, sir.
Good,
Praise
good, good.
Also,
You're going to get the grand prize for the best background that I've ever seen in a webinar.
alhamdulillah.
All right. I'm well. Alhamdulillah. All right. Moving right along, trying to wrap this up. Mahir, are you still with us? I see you. I see you in the queue.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings to everyone, and
Yeah.
especially to you, brother, master instructor. I always like to say that.
We thank Allah.
I did get my book on Nunetics, and it's what I was expecting it to be because I have
Okay.
on the wisdom of the Hebrew letters
Yeah.
and are in agreement, but you have more detail because in Arabia we have more letters. So
Yeah.
I just want to say I got that book.
Well, I'm going to have some more of my books on my way to you, courtesy
Inshallah.
of Nunetics Institute.
All right.
All right. Appreciate you. All right. Next person in line, Mukhtar Ismail. Are you still with us? He's across the ocean over there in Africa. Mukhtar? Yes, this might be 3 a.m. for him, so he could very easily have fallen off. But it's okay. He's from Nigeria. You've seen the one-on-one that I did with him. All right. Moving along. Ramzadeen, where are you, man?
Instructor, did you see Mukhtar? He did respond.
No, I didn't see him. Did he? Let him
he
come back
responded.
in. Mukhtar, come back in if you're hearing me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, there you go.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam, my friend. How are you?
I'm fine, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, been getting a lot of great comments on our one-on-one conversation. What time is it there?
Yeah.
So I know how bad I'm beating you up tonight. What time is it where you are?
This is 5 a.m.
5
Yeah,
a.m. I'm gonna let you go, man. I feel
yeah.
bad. All
No, no,
right.
no problem. No problem.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
okay.
All right. Well, thanks for
All right,
being with
thank
us.
you.
All right, sir. Thank
All
you.
right, no problem.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
All right. Ramzadeen. I mean, gotta go quickly now. Trying to get out of here. Ramzadeen, going once, going twice. Okay. Someone's phone says SAFPAD, SAF. Is that Safia? SAFPAD. Going once, going twice. Okay, let's go to Sahib Mujahid. You still with us?
I'm looking 5 by 5 in the house, brother.
There
Always.
we go. Yes, you are. Front and center. It's
Sir.
important to be centered. All right. My man. Appreciate you so much. Shafika Abdullah,
Assalamu
Atlanta.
alaikum.
Alaikum
Assalamu
salam.
alaikum. I certainly have been enjoying the two readings revisited.
Yeah,
I
it's been a
appreciate it.
wonderful ride. Yeah,
We're
this
on
will
a
eventually
wonderful
be a book.
linguistic journey.
Yeah, it will eventually be a book, but I will remember to send the notes from at least tonight to all of you. All right. Thanks for
Thank
being
you
with
so
us.
much.
All right. We got another
We
Atlantean
appreciate
out
you.
there. Thank you. Another Atlantean out there. Waleed Dean Sabir. Where are you?
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Alaikum salam. I'm very well. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir.
And yourself?
Oh, I'm grateful.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And we truly enjoyed this with the other. This series has truly been a very powerful series.
It has been. It's been cosmic, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's not a product of my mind. It's only what Allah has gifted me with.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, only Allah could help you explain this level of information. And whatever mistakes I have made, I claim that. Whatever benefit you get from it, Allah gets all of the praise and all of the glory for that. All right. Thanks for being with me.
Thank you.
Winona Majid.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are
Thank
you?
you so much. I am well, alhamdulillah.
Great, great.
But thank you so much for this presentation. I would look forward to going back and listening to the replays.
Yes.
Of the two readings.
Yes.
There is so much, so much packed
Indeed.
in here that I know that all of us have appreciated, but we can actually use also in passing on information to others.
That's
and
the
that's
point.
a blessing. Thank you.
And you should see fit, all of you, to send this to your local imams and to people that you respect, high school teachers, college teachers, parents who are doing their best to teach their children. You should see it as your obligation to email this replay to them. Feel free to do that. And thank you, Winona, for being one of our premier teachers and instructors. We appreciate you for that. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
All right. Next in line, Yahya Hassan. Where are you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Where are you?
I'm right here.
It's
I know why the
fuzzy.
lighting. It's getting a little better now.
Let there be light. All right, there you go. All right. Hey, what's going on, my man? Long time no see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's great. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward. I'm looking forward to the illumination of the revelation this coming weekend.
Oh boy.
And how we maneuver through this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm working on it. All you guys have to do is keep me upright in my seat and keep me with, not having to worry about other kinds of mundane concerns. And what you're going to see begin to unfold and unroll is going to be so tremendous an assistance to what it is you're doing in your life, in your family's life, even in your community's life. You're going to be able to assist so many people with the information that we're about to unroll. It's going to be some powerful, powerful nuggets that you can just pick and choose from and you'll see problems coming before they even get to your door. Keep that in mind.
That's good. That's the good preemptive way of approach.
That's right. Preemptive. That's right. I know what you're looking for. All right. So thank you for that.
Assalamu alaikum.
Tell us who you are. Is this Donald?
This is Donald Craig.
Yeah, Donald Craig.
Donald Craig, San Francisco. Yes, sir.
All
Assalamu
right.
alaikum, brother.
Alaikum salam. Sticking and staying, man. This man is something else. And he's got this method down. He's quiet, but he's got this method down. Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
expose
So
me, brother.
we'll have our one-on-one soon enough, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, we
All
will.
right. All right.
Yeah.
Any of you
All
other
right, my brother.
ones, any of you veterans who are looking for a one-on-one, don't think I'm just doing it with new people. I'm doing this with anybody who calls me and say, can I have a one-on-one thing like you've been doing with other people for that hour on YouTube? I'm open for that, but you better do it quick because I'm very busy. But I'm busy doing that. So you need to connect with me so that you can be in this loop. Ramzadeen Amin. Can you hear me, Ramzadeen?
This is not Ramzadeen. This is Amin.
Oh,
Sharif.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've got the Amin in the way. Okay. Amin Sharif. Pardon me, sir.
Salaam alaikum.
Ramzadeen is with us, but when I called on him, he didn't answer. That's why my brain got a little bit confused. All right. How are you? Alaikum salam.
I'm good. Alhamdulillah. I hope you are.
You enjoying what you're hearing?
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
Yeah. Good. Very good. In fact, it's an interesting comparison between you and Ramzadeen because both of you have wives that are actually a part of this course who don't have to show up, but you're studying this information. That's a great thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, Sharif, yeah, you and your wife, wonderful people. Have been to my house actually. Yeah. And Ramzadeen, his wife also is a passive participant. She was actually in the class before he was. It convinced him after he said, nah, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. And he's been in there now, sticking and staying for a few years. And while she does what she does, but I'm sure she still participates passively. So that's a great thing. Okay, Jesse, did I get to Jesse Austin? I keep seeing his name pop up. I did. I got to you already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah, I sure did. I commented on you living down the block from me not too long ago. All right. Gotta go. You know, I hate to leave you, but I gotta go. When you look back at this, pay careful attention to the statements that were made by William Safir about an hour in, and take advantage of that opportunity that he's offering in terms of the wealth building. That's going to be a very important step in the direction of your total independence and liberation from what's about to come. I'm not here to scare anybody. I'm just here to help you think. I'm not here to make you do anything. I'm here to help you think. But if you don't know what you have access to as information, then what's it all about, Alfie? So at least tune in on Monday. Look into your email. I'm going to send it again in the replay, the information to tap into that webinar on Monday. And it's going to be a nice journey for you. And you can ask them any questions that you need answers to. So with that said, thank you for your participation. As I greet you in the greetings of peace and wholeness that obligate each and every one of us to be peaceful and remain complete in terms of our development, that greeting in the Quran is Salamun Alaikum to you all.
Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam.
Thank you all.
All right.
All right.